Good afternoon. I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and everyone watching us live on this channel today for this wonderful final beta test. So this is a proper big stream, very similar to what we've had in the past and what we are going to be viewing here in the near future. But I have got to be becoming a bit more well versed in everything I need to be doing with all the novelties and all the things I told you about that to the platform. So that's really going to be taking me a bit of time, and I'm really very excited, very encouraged and very elated by the people who have been writing in the meantime and indeed remained in contact. Everyone who has joined us during our test streams, which were just literally small way that tested the new system. In short, we are carrying on as always. This channel is to be supporting those who are in the need, but as for now we are going to be doing this more formally in a way which is going to be supporting our best charities. And also I wanted to make everything that we do here on Twitch and other platforms as interactive as possible. So we are going to be integrating lots of different online activities such as bits, cheers, tweets, memes, donations, tips, various types of quizzes, as well as polls and everything else that comes together with the full package. So it will be a lot more enjoyable, a lot more interactive what you've seen in the past, and certainly my aim is to be providing the same sort of support and services that we've had certainly during the pandemic and over the last 5 years, but perhaps a bit more streamlined, perhaps a bit more focused on some of the basic tasks which I believe are extremely important in a present day and age, considering that we are living in very uncertain times with massive expenditures hitting us on all fronts, and lots of people are feeling under huge pressure, under the duress due to that, be it to do with work, family, expenses, the bills, or generally their emotional and mental health, which we have seen to have been suffering months and years of the pandemic. So we are going to be really blending in everything that we have been talking about during the last few years, but actually making it a bit more formal, a bit more and overall a lot more interactive. Instead of me going through the drivel of telling you all about the ins and outs of the new setup, we'll just crack on, and then we'll throw in a bit of a bit of entertainment with another quiz, another poll, bits and pieces that come together with stream elements and with Lightstream, the new services which I had imported into our Twitch streams. And as you could see, the picture quality and our overlays are looking very nice, something that's been very absent in the past. And I've got to say, we have Playmore in here. Hello sir, how are you doing? And Playmore UK says, great to see the streams back. Well, thank you so much sir for popping in, saying hello. You, of course, how are you sir? How is everything? I've not heard from you, obviously, during the recent months because I had been reworking the system on the channel, and our communities were, well, I mean, we were in contact and we had communicated via other social networking platforms as well as emails and other forms of communication for those who I know personally, obviously by phone and WhatsApp and you name it. But the channel is up and running, it's back in full force, and it's been reworked, it's been streamlined to be able to provide many more interesting bits and pieces to our viewers, followers and supporters, and really with the emphasis on us supporting those people who are in the need, particularly in the areas of mental and emotional health, people suffer from neurological diseases, people suffer from terminal illness, children with serious illnesses, people who are facing homelessness, which is a huge problem, as you will know full well here in the UK. And, it's just really raising the bar for those issues to be presented to our gaming community, because I believe gaming overall is a fantastic new form of both communication and social networking, through which all these questions, all these issues could be elevated and presented to the wider public, considering that we have 4 billion people playing games and being fully included in everyday online gaming activity. We simply should be able to use those platforms to talk about very important issues. And I have to say, I did spend quite a bit of time during the last 12 months analyzing the changes in the overall system, which had been particularly developing in the US. They're a lot more advanced than us on that level, in every way possible, and they had created various platforms that are a bit like gaming forums, but they are actually tied in to the good causes. And as you know, in America, in the US, I should say, they have lots of charities which are entirely dependent on the public support and the investment coming from the donors and patrons. So that certainly is something that is of an extraordinary importance for the citizens and the population of the state. And they had created these forums which are very interactive, but also very focused on the real issues, the fact that those charities, those companies require public funds. I should say the funds coming from the citizens, the public, not coming from the government, and they're doing everything possible to connect it with those new vibrant forums such as gaming forums, which obviously we are engaging with. And so that's what I've been really following and monitoring, and obviously accessing, experimenting with. And I've come to the I'd say the final mile, through which I can really proceed with that degree of confidence that things are going to be working well. And most importantly for me, the idea was to recombine the two things, which is being concerned about these issues on a grander, wider scale, and then making them as simple, as accessible, and as interactive as possible here. Is accessible to our gamers, because at the end of the day, we are getting very many people from everywhere, and it has to be really as simple as possible, because these are very deep, complicated issues, and there isn't like a one reason as to why they're taking place, or what the main precursor for the decline really is. But we've got to make everything we do here as easy as possible for those who are coming in, particularly as the newbies, the rookies, just finding the ropes and finding out what's going on here with the channel. Our friend Playmo UK says, I'm very well, thank you, keeping busy with work, and have been enjoying my new hobby of wildlife photography, which I believe is great for getting outside in the great outdoors. Absolutely fantastic and fabulous, and I'm very glad that you got involved with that, because to tell you the truth, in the past, in one of my entrepreneurial occupations, I worked as a media photographer, and I did have quite a prominent place within the industry, and that was primarily to do with the music industry. And I'm quite familiar with the tech on the photography side of things. And I've got to say, after using standard 35mm cameras and then converting to the digital in the noughties, what I've seen recently on the front of the high quality cameras accessible on smartphones, particularly on the phones like Sony and iPhone, is just simply mind-boggling. The quality of the images and the capacity to edit to do different things is out of this world. And I have been using Sony Xperia for the last 15 years, I think, roughly, and it was Sony Ericsson before, but when I converted to Xperia, high quality cameras right from the beginning, because the equipment, like the television sets, Bravia, and also PlayStation, they produce phenomenal quality graphics. And so if you're in possession of one of those phones, which is, I guess, tailored for the usage, and a phone that does have, most importantly, the editing engine attached to it, then you can very easily just stroll and take phenomenal photographs, plug it into your computer, do a bit of post-production on I've gone back 30 years. Do a bit of post-production on the Photoshop and or any other, in fact, post-production software, and you get these phenomenal quality images. I've been testing my latest Sony Xperia 1.4 and 1.5 just come out. I can't believe how good the images are, and I've got all the modes like I would have had on a big Canon with all the options. It is a bit fidgety, and I guess it's a bit more tricky to get to know what the options are, but once you've got it fully mastered, and once you attach it to a tripod or any other accessories, it is just a fantastic piece of equipment. And edit it to the software which you do have on your smartphone, and that's on Sony, because they have some phenomenal editing software which is of high quality and can be used by the professionals who work in the industry. So really absolutely incredible. Can I just ask you, what cameras are you using? Are you a Nikon or are you a Canon fan? Just quite curious, because in the community it's that division, and being in a pit there with other agency photographers, I always had a bit of an issue, because some people always ranted about how much better Nikon was than Canon, and vice versa. So the usual sort of thing that you get there. And our friend says, I always use Canon. Well, we're on the same page, sir, because I did exactly the same. And the thing is that when I took photographs of musicians playing live and portraits and worked with many of them really, I always used older cameras, so they were like state of the art. And I did see obviously people working for Getty coming in with tele lenses that were worth few K, and they didn't produce because they're relying on flash photography or the automated side of things, which actually is quite good today. Today it's easier to do it, but in those days one was obviously better off relying on the skills and knowledge of how to do the exposure when somebody is running about and we have really low light conditions, and that had caused many problems for these guys. If you're familiar with the way the industry works, they allow the agency photographers to take only the shots of approximately three songs of a major act, and they've got to really get the act together within less than 9 minutes. And if they don't take any good photographs, they're basically having serious difficulties with the agency, because the agency wants these photographs by 11 o'clock, and then everyone's stuffed out, unless you are obviously registered with a PR firm representing the band or with the venue, and then you can do it at a leisurely pace. But I always used older cameras, and they were fidgety, and I take quite a lot of photographs, and it was down to the kind of lighting and the conditions altogether on stage, which sometimes would be affecting the quality. And I worked frequently, particularly in the in the younger days, or at the beginning, at those venues, the small venues, the usual kind of pub-like music places where the lighting is extremely poor. So this is where you really cut your teeth and learn your trade. Doing portrait photography is a different type of trade altogether, and also doing anything outdoors, like with light conditions which you get with sunsets or midday light. It's a very different sort of thing. But practice makes it perfect, and then you just carry on. And if in the local area where you live there are beautiful parks and wonderful architecture, and we are really, I've got to say, we are really fully blessed in Britain with so much historic heritage. Very easy to go to certain towns and villages and then capture fantastic environment that we still have in our possession. And with those cameras and those that post-production software, the photographs look absolutely incredible. What I do is I put them on my home setup, which is a 60-inch TV screen, Sony Bravia, and then I do a bit of editing. It's just actually frequently, due to the automated parts of the new software that these cameras are using, there's actually very little need for post-production. Although if you want to maybe make it a bit sharper, want to, I guess, illuminate it somewhat, or want to tweak the colors, it's all very easily and very quickly done. So it's really, it's mind-boggling how the overall technology advanced and how easy it had become for people to take photographs and create photo albums and, you know, keep those precious memories for themselves forever. In the past, it was extremely expensive, and developing films and, you know, getting stills, etc., was always very costly. And not everyone had a camera. And today, everyone has a mobile phone, and every mobile phone has a camera. So, you know, things have changed. I guess for the better. Our friend Playmore says, I have always used Canon, never used Nikon, always been happy with my Canon. Once you are in Montech systems, expensive to swap over. Yeah, but similar to the other tech, if you are, let's say, a fan of iMac, and if you're using Apple, then it's very easy to be upgrading and updating once the new systems come along, and you can very easily learn how to do all the new things. Doing it with other equipment becomes a bit more difficult, and as you said, frequently quite costly. I frequently have major discussions with the gamers nowadays on still, which is surprising, still having a kind of tooth and nail battle on whether to play games on consoles or on PCs. What's the big deal? I mean, obviously, if you're a PvP expert, if you are a competitive gamer, you'll go down the route of playing it on a PC. Fast processing, more power, greater speeds, etc., etc. But I have to say that with the new consoles, PS5 and PlayStation, Xbox Series, is no longer of concern. I mean, the processors are incredibly fast, the graphics are terrific, and if one does have a very good internet connection, then, you know, easy peasy, you just crack on. Obviously, having your keyboard control will be, I guess, giving you a great advantage than just the controller. But it's the mindset, you know, it's the mindset of some people who are still persisting that consoles are no good. And I watched and I listened to you know, I listen frequently the Xbox podcasts every single week, and have really very interesting participants. And it's not always about Xbox; it's about the gaming overall and the developments in the field altogether. So they had quite a few executives who talked about cross-platform play, and it was interesting because one of the guys, I think he was, I can't actually remember what position he held at Xbox. He said how difficult it was, like 12, 13 years ago, at the beginning of the last decade, or even in the noughties, to get people to agree that cross-platform is the future. And they were resisting the idea of the games being accessible through every single platform for various reasons, some of which were, or I should say predominantly, the reasons for that were monetary, or based on the fear that if everything was easily accessible, they would be losing revenue. But you've seen how things have changed, and particularly with Xbox and Microsoft launching Game Pass, and then having all the other things on offer for the regular users and participants, which give you instant access through a multitude of platforms. So it can be on your TV set via a console, could be on your mobile phone, could be on a PC, and they're beefing up the whole thing with a PC. I'm not sure we heard, but they had opened up the markets to most European countries now for the Game Pass, which was not accessible for the majority until recently, a few months ago. And it's just they're promoting the idea of you don't need to have a console, but you can subscribe to the Game Pass, you pay your monthly or annual fee, and you can download everything to your PC. Right, so you can do it on your PC immediately. And I guess they're targeting particularly the guys who are from that, you know, PC market, people who are still doing the shooters on the PCs. And obviously doing things on the PC is giving you a great access to streaming. The streams are going to be looking better, they have more power, you have more access to overlays and all the other inventions which have popped up. I mean, what I'm doing at the moment, as you can see, is a system to which I can be importing via whatever is on the cloud, and the cloud is provided by Streamlabs. I mean, by the Stream Elements, and that goes through Lightstream, which is yet another company. So it's like, you know, it's a partnership between 3 different companies, Twitch included, that is providing that sort of service. And it's amazing when you listen to that executive, when he describes all the hustle and bustle and arguments that were taking place years back, how easy it was for those three companies to agree on that degree of partnership, because they're importing everything from Twitch, yet they're throwing in the overlays and all the other bits and pieces, which actually could be of great advantage to the Twitch company, you know, in isolation. But obviously they find the way through which they can, well, they can offer first of all a lot more choice to the customers. Twitch will give it for free, and these guys will be charging money, and obviously some of their services will be of high quality. So, you know, it's down to the participants. I think generally, you probably will agree with me, the vast majority of people who are using Twitch really are looking for easy free access, instant access, free of charge. But obviously if you want to have certain quality, I've got to say, I did see some fantastic Destiny overlays, which I think were attached to some of the content creators that are tied in with Streamlabs, and they were to be purchased. So I mean, I'll have a look at the separate purchase. They're absolutely fantastic. They look so beautiful. I mean, they look like the Bungie team were actually creating them. The ones I've got are really good as well. I'm quite happy with the appearance, and I have 5 for Destiny. In fact, I have 15 because each one is dedicated to a different character, and but they're very similar in the actual appearance. And then I have various lots for various games. I have some for Apex, some for Warzone, some for Mass Effect, and then for PUBG. So it's very, it's really cool to have your overlays which are tied in with the game. Let me see what our friend says. I keep talking and I'm not hearing much from Playmore. How are you? I mean, you said you were very well and doing the photography, and perhaps you can tell our viewers what types of landscapes did you immortalize? Was it just around your local area, or you've done some traveling, or how did it work? I'm quite curious. I live in a nature reserve, so we have so many fantastic, beautiful sites in our immediate surroundings. And just the other day, yesterday in fact, I saw, and it's actually, it wasn't in a forest, it was here in the town centre. There was this duck walking towards the river, which is not close, I have to say, it was quite a distance, with 8 baby ducks, 8 of them, right? It was a big duck and 8 of them just trickling along. It was such a beautiful sight. I didn't take a photograph of them because they were in a hurry, and it was quite a busy area in the very town centre, so I didn't want to be, interfering, because they were trying to find a shortcut how to get to the river. It was just absolutely beautiful. And also because of all that rain that we've had, there's been very little of kind of human involvement in some parts of the nature reserve. So we have so many baby rabbits as well. I went for a riverside walk the other day, and there was so many baby rabbits everywhere. So that was quite an astonishing sight. It was really great to see that we are regenerating the nature in our own immediate environment, and a lot of that had been seen quite a bit during the pandemic months, particularly during the year 2020, where everything was shut down. I mean, my area was just literally, everything was looking like, Fallout, like post-apocalyptic. There wasn't a living soul in sight throughout the day at all. And then at sometimes at night in particular, it was just totally depleted of people and cars and completely deserted. There were no flights. So, it was incredible being able to walk the nature reserve and you could hear the nature breathing. It's for the first time ever I've seen and experienced. I mean, I've been to some beautiful parts of Europe where you would get some of it, but it wasn't as incredibly well developed as that, because it's a completely different environment for the time being for all the living species, and it was extraordinary. You would walk down the river and you can hear that river breathing. You can hear it was incredible. And also, no planes, no cars, no people. It was pitch black and complete silence. It's quite incredible. So I want to ask our friends, in addition to what we were already discussing, what games are you playing at the moment, and what can you recommend? I'm quite curious. What's been on your decks? That's games-wise. For the rest of our viewers, I'll tell you that I am going to be streaming Destiny here at most times. Destiny remains the backbone of our channel, both Destiny 1 and the sequel. Obviously, they're very, very different types of games, and we'll have different participants coming in at different times to join us for that. And then we'll have everything community-based, so community streams after some discussions with our friends and fans, and we'll decide on, for instance, let's say have a Game Pass Saturday. I'll download several games from the Game Pass and we'll throw in a selection for people to be introduced to the very best of the indie games that's on offer. Or we'll have a look at what's new on PlayStation Plus. You've seen they reworked the system a bit like myself with this channel. We've got lots of new things coming in at all times, and really a fantastic selection of independents, exclusives, all sorts really. And they're very compatible, because what does happen is some of the titles that disappear from the Game Pass, they kind of reappear on PlayStation Plus and vice versa. I've seen actually the Game Pass have been reintroducing some of the games that had departed a little while back, which is good to see, because there are so many titles that it's very hard to choose what to play first. What's good about the Game Pass is it does actually provide you with a number of games of a different intensity and duration. You have massive epics like Mass Effect Trilogy, Andromeda, or Fallout, or all the big ones, the heavyweights. And then you have lots of indie games that do not require that degree of input. And that's fantastic, because if you're playing a major game like a AAA blockbuster, it will take you months to complete. But then you can throw in between some of these smaller indie games, which I have to say are very good. I also will be introducing here to our friends and fans the system which in fact I had discovered and previously avoided. I always felt that the system of Microsoft rewards was kind of focused on capitalizing, monetizing, but the fact is the new system, which is integrated with Bing and with all the other things that Microsoft offer, is a very good way of finding out about certain games. They will be sometimes favoring the big ones, the AAAs like Destiny or Fallout, Monster Hunter, whatever. But at other times they're throwing in, smaller indie games with trailers. So it's absolutely pivotal that anyone who is involved with the community is going to be checking out these trailers and having a look at the game, because you really get to know how good the game is. And I've discovered several games that previously had not caught my eye after I read about things in Eurogamer and elsewhere, and that's been particularly rewarding, because it is a road to discovery. And also, most importantly, if you are combining your kind of Microsoft Rewards app activities together with the Game Pass achievements, you can really within a month create or make up to 12,000 rewards points, and you basically use them, you redeem them in order to have a month free of charge of the Game Pass. And I've done that recently, and I was quite surprised when I integrated all that they offer, and that includes also the new Bing services with searches and daily polls and everything. You have the whole service practically for free, and that's really wonderful. Our friend Playmo says, I'm playing the Division 2, Destiny 2, Diablo 4 at the moment. Are you privy to the Diablo? Because it's going to come out shortly. It's coming out next week. Well, I'm very, very glad that you mentioned Diablo, because I had participated in beta and Server Slam. I was a bit disappointed to see that the Server Slam was exactly the same like beta, because I've done the whole beta within a weekend, and then I've gone to the Server Slam, and that appeared to be identical. I didn't see any major difference. I didn't fancy really going to the same dribble, because obviously you won't be able to retain the data once you start out on the game as it comes out. And then there are 6 or 8 characters that you could play, so didn't want to be overly revealing or repetitive. But it looks like a fantastic new game, I've got to say. For me, both the Server Slam and the what was the other one? The beta. They really provided me with the opportunity to explore the game and really to see that are integrating the very best of the old Diablo 1 and 2, and also what we've seen in recent years with the advances. I recently purchased also Diablo 2 Resurrected, and I was a huge Diablo fan like 25 years ago when it came out, and I couldn't believe how good it was. I mean, I can't understand how it was possible to rework the game so well that it looks so contemporary, so modern, yet exactly the same in terms of all that captures our attention like it was 25 years ago. It's a masterpiece. I mean, it's the first big multiplayer I played on a PC. I think it was in the late 90s, after playing Diablo 1 on PlayStation, and I just loved it. It was great. And similar to Destiny, it's a game that's got to be played with other people. If you do it by yourself, it's not the same thing. It can be enjoyable, but it can be also a bit repetitive. You'll meet the same enemies, but doing it together with others, like a team of 4, team of 5, and everyone having different abilities is fantastic fun. It can really be tackling any bosses and trying out different activities. I've not tried the seasons yet, because they're also running the seasons on Diablo Resurrected, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not sure what that entails, but it looks appetizing. But the trouble is, if you are veteran Destiny member, you play Elder Scrolls, these big games, there's so much to do every single time when you enter another week within that seasonal content that you simply don't have time for everything else. And I don't like being too distracted, I've got to say. The streaming activities within the last 5 years had been actually distracting me quite a bit from my regular gaming, so it's very difficult for me to establish my routine of checking out different things, because obviously I was supporting my community, as you've seen, very greatly. A very, very busy community at times. And then we had this lockdown with our COVID support group, where we're doing Warzone primarily, and fantastic fun, and everyone being literally in isolation but fully connected through this online forum and my channel. And I had so many messages coming from the guys who were, from the Warzone community, our original squad in particular, because they felt as I kind of temporarily withdrew from the regiment which is part of the war zone. It's not like a real regiment, and they felt that there was the absence of that. I should put it. If they're listening, then they won't be happy with my description. They felt that my absence was significant because I would have been like the connecting factor with everyone, worldwide who was participating. So we had several squads, and altogether I think they had up to about 50 or 60 people in the regiment, but we had maybe 3 or 4 squads that were basically playing the game on a regular basis. And but it was fantastic experience to be able to do something so engaging and so sociable and so connecting at a time where everybody else was suffering from alienation and isolation. That was just fantastic. And I still get messages from various participants, some of whom actually had COVID at the time, and they were so grateful. They felt it was just like, changed their life. They didn't have to worry about what was to happen next. They just could step in and get supported by everyone who was participating, not just myself. Our friend says, I bought the edition where I can play it from today. Oh yeah, that's right. I've seen that on Xbox. They were offering this during the last week, and it was pre-order, wasn't it? You like book it in advance, and then you get that easy free access earlier than everyone else. And I've seen some, I guess, flack coming from the gaming community via Eurogamer and other platforms, Game Informer, I think, and particularly on Discord, on Reddit, where people are sort of venting out the anger about the fact that the system which some people will have, if they're privy to, I guess you probably know better than me if you're the other veteran, there was something about reaching the top level very, very quickly within a certain period of time, where in fact others are still not doing it, or the others will come at a later stage. That's the way I understood it, and there was a lot of anger about this. But they're trying everything in order to attract as many people as possible. It's a very, very competitive market, and they're worried that for a game that has that kind of longevity, there's always the danger that people just get cold feet you know, the new section, the new installment comes out, and then people say, oh, we've seen this before. It's repetitive. Diablo 4 looks incredible visually. It's just absolutely mouth-watering. So what I've seen there with beta and the server slam was out of this world. And you know when it kind of sits together when you're choosing characters, it's just so great. I just watched the trailer for Alan Wake 2 yesterday. It was launched on Xbox, and the graphics of that game, again, out of this world. The graphics are just getting better and better. It is amazing. I mean, I can't believe that the graphics are so good. And obviously, one has got to have either the latest console of, you know, top-notch PC in order to be able to see them, and a TV set which is supporting it. But when you see it on a top-notch setup, you just want to walk and observe and soak up the beauty of that environment, which is what I did when playing Halo Infinite. Lots of Halo fans hated it, you know. They said, oh, terrible game, awful. I just loved it. The environment in there was so beautiful, and you could just walk around and look at all those birds and trees and, you know, whatever was around you, forests, plains. It just looked amazing. I'm always fascinated by the quality of that work. Our friend is saying I bought it 4 days early for pre-ordering. 4 days early for pre-ordering. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So it's, what's the date? The 2nd. It's on the 6th that the game is going to be launched. Yeah, I watched quite a lot of vidocs and read lots of chit chats on various forums. There's huge anticipation for the game, and I think they massively improved Diablo 3 as it went along, which is similar to what you've seen with Fallout and with Destiny. Once the game comes out, there's usually a lot of discontent because people are expecting something else. But then obviously with seasonal content and tweaks, they're able to improve what's on offer. And most importantly, they can listen to the community. You know, if people want something, then after game's out, that can be delivered. It's very, very risky not to be listening to the community and then not delivering, because that is what people hate the most. And that will be receiving a lot of flack. And today, you know, think of Redfall and what happened to the game. It's shocking. I mean, the game's just dead and buried already, and it's been out only for a few weeks. But I've got to say, it's you know, the complaints are well justified. The game had been hugely marketed, hugely anticipated, and once released, it felt like pre-beta. You have every single character having a tab to talk, and what do they say when you click on that? Hello. Oh yeah, that's dialogue? That's for 95% of the characters in there? It's just I couldn't believe how bad it was. And also, the whole structure of the game seemed like you would have had 5 teams working on it, and then each one of them departing at a certain stage and leaving unfinished works. So you walk around the town, which is incredibly well designed, there's nothing to do. And repetitive gaming of these vampires that keep coming up in certain buildings, exactly the same types of and glitches. It's glitches where some of them are unkillable, and sometimes you get people who are allegedly somewhere. You can see the silhouette of the person on the map, or you know, you can see into the wall, and he's not there. It's a glitch, and actually preventing you to go forward in the game. It's mad. Our friend is asking, which class did you try on the beta? It was a female character. Is it the assassin? That was the character I tried, and it was good. I really liked it. And in fact, I played a bit of Diablo 2 Resurrected the other day, because I played, so they had excuse me, they had a big bundle that included the ultimate of Diablo 3 and the ultimate of Diablo 2. So it's a fantastic value for £12.49. I just couldn't believe the deal. You know, it was just obviously a deal that they chucked in before the big game's released, and probably one of the best deals I've ever had. Absolutely amazing. And you know, obviously I waited for it and I took it straight away, because you know, for anyone who is an avid gamer or collector of games, you always wait for that best price. I'll tell you one thing I'm really displeased about, right? Really displeased about. And that's a significant increase on the seasonal content from Bungie. It was, I mean, if you're on Xbox, the increase is, if I'm not mistaken, about 25-30%. From $8.49, it's gone to $12.99. Why? I mean, what's the idea? It's a very significant increase. Are you also playing this season? I just played the first couple of missions on the seasonal the other day as I was testing the equipment, and I was doing it together with our friend from Northern Ireland. He was helping me really to tweak some of the things here, you know, on the technical side of things, and it was looking really good. It just seemed like really original to get into the diving, and then I've seen some clips of fishing. It's very good and be very, very well embraced by the community. And there also, I think they rework certain things. I can't remember, I've seen something which was new off the top of my head. But, you know, at the end of the day, Destiny is all about our community. And if people like it, then it's great. There were some complaints in the last season about the repetitive elements, the fact that there were certain activities which were being consistently pushed. But I tell you one thing I don't like in Destiny 2 is the simulations. You played simulations, you know, with various weekly missions, and they had a lot of that during the Witch Queen, and I think even more so as they were releasing extra content in the seasons after Beyond Light. I just think that these simulations are doing it on the cheap, right? Because it's just, they're working on the characters and the jumps and the movements, but the environment in there is even hard to watch. And I don't really like it because the puzzles and the maze sometimes you face is quite hard to crack if you're doing it by yourself. And they've really hidden certain entrances and certain bits, which I think are making it very difficult for the players. And it could really be very off-putting. I'm surprised, but I've come across in my streams and also on Discord that lots of people are doing Destiny by themselves. They're actually not doing it together with others, which is strange considering this is just a game that you've got to play with others. But, you know, such is life. Have you played the season so far? The latest season on Destiny? And how did you find it? I thought the graphics were amazing, and yeah, I just like the idea they're trying to tie in the story and the campaign as close as possible to overall activities. And it's been a labour of love, so to speak. It did take them a long while to get to it, but then, you know, they're getting to it, and I think they really they are definitely succeeding in some of the novelties. I really enjoyed the seasons overall. I didn't like the simulations in the last season, I've got to say, and you know, the idea is great, but the problem I have with Bungie is they've gone down the route of offering and promising something, and then that's not delivered. Like, for instance, this week the big thing is what's happening to Gambit. Why is it that you're not reworked it? Because they said initially you're downsizing Gambit from the original concept, which I thought was very good, to something very simple, like a one-off game that you play there, and you're not being brought into the kind of a 3-match competition. And I said, oh, we'll do this very soon. We'll do this shortly. Well, you know, you'll see what the progression is going to be. And then what happens is they do nothing. Because season after season, the Gambit's sitting there, and there's nothing. Also, the other thing they said was Destiny is going to remain as an integral game within this concept forever. So we're not changing. We're not going to be doing any sequels or, you know, any prequels or any extra standalone games. This is all going to be happening within this Destiny universe. But recently, they began, I guess, to talk about doing something else, which is, well, obviously, you question, well, what happens to the multitude of all the activities we've done in Destiny if they decide to pursue the different route, right? So if the last chapter comes out and that's the final, what next? Destiny 3. And what happens to all the missions which we played and want to replay, yet that they got vaulted, so they're not accessible? And also the maintenance of this kind of universe requires a lot of time and effort. So if you were to be downsizing it, you're basically going to be withdrawing from all that was previously accessible, and obviously people paid for it, right? People invested in Bungie by purchasing all the content. I'm very unhappy about that, I have to say. I'm not happy that can't be accessing content from the past, because really they have the technical ability to make it accessible through the platforms. So, you know. Our friend Playmo says, I'm enjoying the season, yes. Great to see something new. What do you like the best about the new season? I'm curious. What grabbed you? We've had people come and indicate that they really liked, you know, the idea of Guardian games and the overall multiplayer activity. I'm surprised that so many people are still hammering the Crucible. I don't really find the Crucible particularly enlightening. They've changed maps. There are more people in there. But I guess the attraction is like with some of the other death matches. Quick in, quick out, chasing the score. But I just find the Crucible to be actually by far the weakest part of Destiny. It really is weak. It's very simple. I mean, get some gear, get some bounties, but you know, I guess the idea was to keep some of the PvP. But much better, had they created one map or one activity called the Crucible, similar to Warzone, which is tactical, massive big map, and then all the characters coming in, and you know, that'd be a lot more enjoyable, because every game's a new game. I mean, just a bang bang, you know, dead, alive, score. Is, I mean, maybe for the youngsters, but you know, for me it's just a bit lame. Our friend Playmo says the underwater elements are great, and some of the weapons are really fun. You know, on the weapon side of things, that's again another thing that they've not really fully delivered. Do you remember a couple of years ago where Bungie said, we are going to be introducing the weapons that are mission specific. You will not be able to complete a mission unless you got this weapon. You remember them saying that? I guess as they progressed, they were tweaking the mods. So instead of having the old Destiny mod style weapon, you'll be able to get a variety that can be modded and therefore made more powerful, right? And also with the crafted weapons, I think it's really good. But if you look at it, I have Glaive, and I think it's level 45, 47, so it's like really very, very high level already. I used it quite a bit. But that weapon, for the vast majority of the activities, is massively overpowered. You can really, for instance, if you're running and you're surrounded by swarms of enemies, doing that fast melee will just eliminate them all at once, and some of them will just explode straight away. You know, so where are those weapons which are mission specific? And you know, obviously, if you don't have them, you won't be able to complete the mission. I'm just baffled. And they've gone down the route of offering these cosmetics. You know, you've seen that with cosmetics, they're really pushing for the full armor set, full weapon set, full this and the other. And it's very much to do with them wanting to monetize in this, and people are buying these packs. And in fact, I've seen the Bungie 30-year pack now being offered for £10.49 or so. It was very expensive beforehand. It was about £30. So I'll probably grab it when the prices drop even further. But I've got to really be careful, because they may be actually phasing it out. And then if I don't buy it before they phase it out, I'm obviously miss out on a whole pack, and I want to have a collection which represents 30 years of this wonderful video game development company. So yeah. Did you get any new weapons already? Because I think for myself in Destiny 2, I was just really talking to our friend from Northern Ireland the other day. The big difference when you compare the original with the sequel is in, I guess, how difficult the game appears to be for the sub. And the first one does require a lot more time, effort and skill for certain quests to be completed, and for certain weapons, particularly exotic weapons, to be acquired. I think in the sequel there's this multitude of different activities, and you can get all sorts of weapons and armor and everything else as you carry on. But I guess the difficulty for me in the overall concept is you are constantly doing something that's claiming rewards, many of which are actually quite useless. So, you know, lots of weapons you pick up, you gain abundance, will be kind of having a repetitive occurrence. They keep coming, you know, you get it from Zavala or from Ikora, from someone else, and then you keep getting it through in-game activity. So it's not the same thing. It should be like a big reward coming from one of the leaders, and then it needs to stay there. So I think for me, the overall infinite quantity of weapons and armor that we keep getting at all times is slightly debatable, because you're being driven to compete, you're driven to work hard with lengthy grinds, and you're getting, I remember in the season before last, there's just another, had already 20 times, so what do you need this for? So, you know, it's that which is of concern. But on the other hand, I guess another question pops up. Is there that sort of longevity for any game once you exceed 10 years plus? Will people be still interested? My personal feeling is that people will be interested. We have seen how greatly dedicated the original Halo fans were to the original trilogy, and how dismissive they were of some of the other extra installments that popped up over the years. But then at the end of the day, the question is how the game is produced, maintained, and tailored to the needs of more contemporary viewers and gamers. Because there are games that you can replay consistently, and there aren't any major changes from within, yet they're always exciting and interesting. And I think Destiny 1 is one of those games. You know, the other day I've looked and I thought, oh, I've done all of it, I've done everything, but actually I haven't. If I look at all 3 characters, I have lots of tasks in there which still have got to be completed. The reason for that is simple. I run a Twitch online community-based channel, and I always help other people to do certain things on their requests. So it's not just, you know, me playing the game by myself and just collecting all the achievements and the tasks, which obviously can be done within a certain period of time. But in the sequel, there are so many. Even within one season, if you're looking at all that needs to be done, that's really very, very considerable, and quite hard to complete, I'd say. All right, well, so good to see you. It's been a long while, right? Because I've not been doing my regular streams, and the channel's now back in full force. What I'm just doing at the moment is I'm testing everything on the tech side of things to make sure that everything works as good as it should. And also I need to work out the system to which I can be doing a variety of different things together with the participants. In fact, we can try one of those now, you know. I'm just curious to see whether it will work and how it will work. Just bear with me. I've got several things set up in here which are fairly interactive, so let's see whether that is going to be giving us some joy. It's basically some quizzes, some polls, and let me see whether this is going to work. Quite curious. Ask the Magic 8 Ball a question. Let me see whether that will work. I need to put in command which says exclamation or check 8 ball. So it's going to be check 8 ball. Let's try that. Curious to see whether that will work. The 8 ball says 9. Try again. Let's see. The 8 ball says outlook not so good. Right, so let's try something else. Let's see this. Duel. something wrong. I don't think it's the correct command. Let's try contest, see what that is. There is no contest currently running, so I need to set it up. Alright. Well, I'm getting all warmed up on this, because there are some interesting things. Play a game of Emoid Bingo. Well, that's a bit of a lengthy thing. Let's see whether that will come up. Can you see that? This bingo thingy? Are you able to click on this? Does it work? Because on mine, it's like a link that I can't play. I guess because obviously I'm the streamer. Try to click and see what happens. I mean, it's directly through Stream Elements, so you know it's fully safe in terms of how we can use it. Let's see. Kappagen. That's going to be curious. Well, it's possible that I need to create some of those contests, you know. I've enabled everything yesterday, and I'm trying to really test to see whether it is importing correctly, but I think it is, and it just depends on what option I'm pursuing. Let me see the option that might be easily accessible. Let me see. There we are. It works. So that's what I wanted to test. What you mentioned, that link doesn't seem to be clickable. I think it's possible that for some of the activities, like for instance with contests and rewards and bits and cheers, I'll need to create the content, which then would come up on the link. So that's fine. I got to say I'm amazed by the fact that it is. Oh, there you go. You'll see for yourself. It says. You were created 9 years, 6 months, and 10 days and 17 hours. How about minutes and seconds? That would be hilarious, wouldn't it? 5 years, 7 months, 4 days, and 1 hour. 25 minutes, 35 seconds. So that's like really precise. I think once they integrate the full AI that they've recently been talking about, that's the way it's going to be. So that's quite funny. That is a long time ago. Well, you beat me by 4 years or something, right? Because for me it was 5 years, 7 months ago. And with you it's 9 years. So you were really with Twitch right from the start, right? When it was still... What was the company called before Twitch? I went to their developer conference, and it was based at the European headquarters, you know? New Oxford Street, central London. And it was really a very, very fun night. We had a very good social, and I was amazed to see that they acquired such offices, purpose-built, and you know, similar to Google, but I guess on a sort of a smaller scale. But everything is in-house, basically. Once you go in there, you got everything, and people can work there day and night. They don't have to really leave. And just the design of the offices was similar to what you have here with Purple. You know, it's like all purplish, all Twitch branded, but the most important thing was the people. You know, the executives who were telling us about their plans, the future, and everything else. That was very, very interesting. And you know, they are a... How to put it? Their success had been phenomenal, and I think all of them were taken by surprise and they were quite understaffed and under-resourced at the time, considering the degree of success. I've gone there before the pandemic, so it would have been probably 2019, and so that's already 4 years ago, and things have really obviously moved on ever since, very, very considerably. But I'm certainly wishing them the very best of success. I think they really revolutionized the world of gaming and the online comms as far as the gaming community is concerned. It's absolutely wonderful what they've been able to accomplish, and I'm so glad that I've been able to participate in all of this. And I've joined a bit later than many other people. I mean, I know people who joined literally from the day one, and I watched it and I thought it had some technical issues, and it didn't seem to be as advanced as it is today. But the basic principles were there: the comms, the support, live feeds. Just technically, I think it was backfiring. There were lags and there were crashes and so on. But things have moved on, so it's really great to see that. All right, well, we talked a bit. We tried our new systems in here, so that's good. But I'll tell you one thing. I talked in my other tests about this channel supporting our best charities and supporting the good causes, and the channel will be very connected to that from now on when I launch in full, because the creed of the channel is supporting the charities and supporting the services for those who are in the need. So the first charity that I've been already supporting for some time on various platforms is Mind UK. Mind being the leading charity that supports people with mental health problems and disabilities. Then the other will be Shelter, supporting people facing homelessness, because that is a huge problem in the UK, and it's absolutely tragic. I can't believe for the life of me that in the 21st century we are facing it yet again on such unprecedented scale. And honestly, the public awareness of this needs to be much greater than what we have on the BBC and Sky News. So that's the idea. Then we'll have National Autistic Society, and then we'll have Epilepsy Scotland. I don't know why we don't have National Society for Epilepsy through Tiltify, but I guess they're still not subscribed, which I believe they will do in due course. So Epilepsy Scotland is the only one that we have on Tiltify, which can be supporting a UK-based charity that helps people who are suffering from epilepsy. And then we'll have there was another UK charity, and also will support St. Jude Hospital in the US, which is really the main research hospital for serious illnesses affecting children. Children's hospital, like Great Ormond Street, but with massive research facilities, and Xbox and Microsoft are very, very involved with the facility that enabled children to play games for free via Game Pass, provided the tech and everything. It's quite a fantastic project, and any research which they complete will have obviously worldwide implications. So these are the charities that we are going to be supporting, and that is going to be the main principle behind the channel, really. Not just supporting the channel, supporting the charities financially by donations, but what we do want to do is we want to raise the awareness of the need for those charities to acquire funds and to be supported by any source imaginable. So that includes the members of the public, includes various statutory organizations, local councils, or anyone indeed who is aware of the fact that such services are absolutely necessary. It's easily forgotten amongst the members of the young generation. People who've not gone through Second World War or major peril, they forget that anybody, any one of us, could become seriously ill. And once we become seriously ill, our life stops, because all the things that we'd had in the past disappear, and we're not able to work, we're not able to do our usual things, and we require that degree of support and assistance. So what happens if that can't be easily acquired? Those charities provide the work which is fundamentally important for anyone experiencing illness or disability, and I really feel that within the world of gaming we can do a lot more. We can raise the awareness, we can run competitions, we can do lots of different things. I'm getting some weird interference. Can you hear it? That must be on the internet. It's quite severe. It's like sort of Now it's easing off. Yeah, it must be to do with the internet connection. Alright, so we'll, as I was telling you about supporting Mind, and Mind is the first charity that we're going to be running a big campaign here for. I did have a campaign a couple of years ago supporting British Red Cross, but at the time the integration of these fundraising services was not as good as it is today. So it is really quite extraordinary when you look at oh no, what is going on? Booted me out. Shouldn't be the case, really. You know, should have kept me in there because we have these overlays. Anyway, we'll go back in straight away. And as you could see, you had received several thanks immediately from Prime to Rainmaker and Stream Elements. And I can certainly tell you that what's offered on Stream Elements is incredible, right? They really provide services which were previously unimaginable and definitely out of reach. I'm getting this weird sound. Can you hear it? It's like some sort of crackling of some sort. Really weird. It's not on a headset, it's internet based. Don't know what's causing it. Well, you certainly will enjoy Stream Elements, and you will be able to integrate them with all of your gaming needs and streams and everything else. They provide quite a multitude of services, and I'm really amazed with how well integrated it is. What I particularly like is that Tiltify is so closely connected to Lightstream and to Stream Elements. It's so easy to use what these companies offer, and also they're so well integrated within the layouts when you work on overlays and when you want to create something interesting for the viewers, all cloud-based. It's so easy to just click on various tabs and you just copy and paste or you import. It's just amazing. Yeah, so what I wanted to do was I wanted to just show you how this whole thing with our charities would work. So yeah, Playmat tells me that no sound coming through, your voice broke up a little early on. I think it's internet based. Well, you remember me battling the local services that were not wanted to provide us with a fibre, and that's BT Openreach and EE, and particularly the BT Openreach. And they're still not wanting to do that. I live in the town centre and we're not getting anything. So it's ridiculous really as to why that is. But the alternative has been with the 5G fast internet router, and that's just been introduced recently, within a month, last month or so, and obviously available on various packages. And I jumped on that because I really felt that bear with me, I have some technical issue in here. Yeah, I really felt that this was going to resolve the problem because obviously I don't need any wire connections connecting my property with the street cabinet and street exchange as they call it, and it's transportable. And also once we have the full 5G coverage, the speeds are going to be incredibly fast. We don't have 5G coverage in where I live, which is in Hertford, and we don't have fibre. So it's like we really neglect it, and I can't understand for the life of me. All the towns surrounding the city, all the towns and villages, they all have 5G and fibre, and we don't. So what on earth is the logic? I don't understand it. Anyway, this has been a very good solution. The picture quality is much improved, and I've been able to do things which were previously for me here at this property impossible. So that's really good. But I think, considering I'm using 4G very fast internet network, I will get sometimes some audio and visual interferences because it's airborne, and I connect the router with the console by Ethernet, so it's not actually down to anything like Wi-Fi related. It is a wire connection, but there are going to be sometimes issues. Anyway, what I want to show you, and also wanted to present to our viewers, is how we're going to be supporting our beloved charities. So for instance, we'll have a chunk within the session through which we'll talk about supporting those charities, and we'll have participants telling us a bit about their background as to why they love gaming, what the issues are, etc., etc. And then we'll say, actually, we want to ask our participants and our viewers to help those charities. So if you wish to, you can donate, but you can also support those charities by promoting these good causes and simply going to the links that will be provided and then using them, on various social networking platforms: Instagram, Discord, YouTube, Facebook, you name it, any of those. So the support doesn't have to be always monetary and financial. Raising the awareness of the need is critical, because once people become aware of the need, then they will be obviously warming up to the idea. And so the first step is elevating the presence, and the second one is trying to obviously get various people to be charitably donating in order to make sure that these charities survive and carry on as normal. So what we'll do is first is we'll just say we love our charities. Oops, typo. And we'll say, hang on a minute, can I delete that? Okay, doesn't matter. All good. So we'll say yeah, the trouble with these Bluetooth keyboards is that sometimes they produce typos, and you type fast and it doesn't really register as quickly as it should what you do, and that's very annoying, but I have to live with that, really. There we are. Currently we are running a campaign for Mind UK. And we'll say you can also raise the There we are. So that's the information, and then what we'll do is we'll just put a link there directly from Tiltify. Why is it not copying and pasting now? That's annoying. Should be. See, that's the technical issue that you do not want to have. Alright, so this could be used as well. Okay, we'll try that, see whether this could work. I apologize. Destiny beta test today with various things which I'd set up, and I'm just wanting to see whether this would all work properly. It just doesn't want to copy it in there. I have no idea why. God, that's annoying. That's very unexpected as well. Bear with me, I'll find the solution, but it's a bit delayed, a bit laggy for some reason, don't know why. Yes, basically I'll tell you again what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to really get the links to be directly imported from the campaign to Twitch, and for some reason it is not working as it should, right? So let's see. I don't know what the reason for that is. I have no idea. Yeah, I think it will. Let me see. Come on. Taking forever. No, it just doesn't want to do it. I don't know what the reason for that is. I do apologize. You know what? I've tried on different platforms, so bear with me, because there is a problem here with the setup that I've got here, and I think maybe that's part of the problem. We'll have to see. Alrighty, let's see whether it will work on a different platform. The good thing is I've got everything sorted in here, so I can just move from one thing to another, you know, so that's really soothing. If one thing doesn't work, then the other one hopefully will, so. Yeah, there's some problem with the tablet, didn't want to do it. Yeah. So I know what I need to do, and that's what this beta test is for. It's not like a proper full-blown Destiny gaming stream, it's just the test stream, so we are checking out everything. in order to make sure that everything works. And as you can see, this thing didn't work, and I know what the problem is now, so that's nice and easy. So we've got the link in there, and let me see. Yeah, so people can also be supporting the cause through another link. So we need to do that on another platform as well, because I could see that there is a technical issue on the tablet for whatever reason. I'm not sure what's causing it, what the reason for that is. Yeah, alright, so that's fine. That works. That's good. I'm happy. And then we can go back to what we actually were doing earlier on. So bear with me a second. There we are. Okay. Right, well, we talked quite a bit about various things that are going to be introduced or are being introduced here on the channel. And as you've seen, we have quite a number of new novelties in addition to the overlays which are present there on your screen. You can see that we are supporting charitable causes. I'm supporting Mind UK, and there are other charities I just mentioned earlier to our friends, and these are Autistic Society, these are Epilepsy Scotland, and Shelter. So just to name a few. In addition to that, we'll support St. Jude Hospital in the US. That is the major research hospital for children suffering from serious illnesses, and all the contributions that can be provided will be appreciated. So it doesn't have to be always donating in monetary terms. It could be just raising awareness of the need, that people who are using the services do have, which obviously we know are on a massive increase at the moment. And we want to make sure that our charities in Britain, as well as the charities worldwide, first of all get properly introduced and recognized by people in the wider community. So that's the most important part of it. And then those people who live in our community can decide whether they want to get involved or whether they want to be supporting those charities in any way imaginable. So this could be by raising awareness, could be by posting various messages and things on their social networking forums, or indeed they can decide to donate, because every shillings and pence that are donated will indeed provide a huge support to those charities, and they will benefit of that contribution. So, I talked a bit about charities, talked about all the novelties. We tested the script that is giving us bingos and different types of additional games that we can play here through chat. But actually now what we're going to do is we're going to be testing Destiny, and the fact that we are here in order to do gaming. So let's just crack on with our hunter. I can see that I've been changing weapons yesterday, and I've got Sleeper Stimulant, I think, or something that's reduced it to 398. Anyway, how is everybody doing? I apologize for this sort of lengthy, cranky interference, but that's part of the beta test, because I really need to make sure that everything works as perfectly as it should, because being obviously tied in with various charities and being connected to what I would consider the noble causes, the work that's supporting those in the need, will have a much greater public presence than what we've had in the past, and we want everything to work as it should. What we do not want is for things to backfire if people are wanting to get involved, to be promoting the charities and doing various things in order to support the works, and most importantly with the donations. I just want to say that the donations go directly to Tiltify, so I personally have got absolutely nothing to do with the funds, but I'm promoting the cause and therefore making sure that the funds are being directed at the right source. So that needs to be clarified. I think people may think I'm just an ordinary fundraiser, which is not the case. I am connected to Tiltify. Tiltify is connected to Stream Elements and Lightstream, and all together we join forces in order to provide that degree of assistance. All right, friends, who else is in there? Come on, type. I can see that other people are watching. I'm quite curious who's watching and what are you guys playing today? Are you doing Destiny as well? Well, I'm curious. Let's have a look. Our hunter is ready to engage. My new setup is causing me, you know, a bit of a headache. That tablet doesn't seem to work properly for some reason. Don't know why. So, everyone watching, type what activity you would like to see, because we've gone back to our roots, to Destiny 1, the game that created this channel, and I want to hear from everyone what kind of activity you would prefer to see here. Let's see. Don't be shy. When I said that, a few people dropped off, so must have scared people off. I don't know. So first of all, as always, we go back to the tower. The tower is the base, and the base where we are going to be doing some admin, getting ready for further activities, battles, and everything else. So just get ready for some more action and more activities as we get there. If anybody wants to join, ping a message and I'll bring you in. There we are. We first of all need to see as to why we are not 400. I want to see what I put in there. It was that weapon. Okay, I remember I was doing something yesterday when testing it. We got some bounties that were completed. So that's Arsenal for Light. So I got Strange Coin and Armor Materials. I've got this other one, another Elite Bounty. Increase the rank with Vanguard and with Future War Cult. And then we have Shining Light. So that is also increasing the levels. It's funny because in Destiny 1 you will have a lot more of that sort of increasing the ranks compared to what you got in the sequel. The sequel is always giving you some armor, materials and loot, some weapons when you are completing bounties. So there you are. Okay, we've got medals earned, assist medals, another lot of medals, Siva Crisis, another medal, rapidly eliminate enemies. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll just pick up some bounties yet again from Zavala and from Katie, and then we'll carry on. Let's see what sort of bounties are there on offer. I'll say that one. Just complete strikes, that's nice and easy. And then confirmed. Okay, so we've got this sorted. How about Vanguard? 10,000 XP without dying. Okay. 30 kills with void abilities. Okay. Defeating Vax. Acknowledged. Yeah, so I got plenty of bounties, I think, by the looks of it. And right, so I must have completed the one yesterday that required Boltcaster. Okay, Boltcaster there. I kind of prefer Dark Drinker. Dark Drinker was introduced to me by a member of our community who's called Matthias, and he also has the user ID, I think, called Dark Haunting, and he had been helping me at the beginning when I was starting out here with the channel and our Destiny gameplay, and introduced this wonderful sword to the gameplay, and I was just amazed with how powerful it was, because he was able to eliminate any bosses and anything whilst I was still having crummy old weapons that were not doing anything. And then we worked together in order to get it, and you know what, Matthias got up at 3:30 in the morning because of the time zone difference in the US compared to us in the UK in order to help me with this, and I just absolutely admired his dedication to the channel, to the game, and the resilience to be able to do that. And after we completed his missions and I got my Dark Drinker, he went off to work. It's just incredible, you know. I've got to say, I personally don't think I'll be able to do it, but I was always eternally grateful. So if you are watching and listening, Matthias, thank you so much for that, because that Dark Drinker is proudly displayed in there, and it will continue to be there in my arsenal. Anyone out there, what activities do you want us to play? Because I was intending to do some Siva strikes first of all in order to warm up, and Tiger Mask, we'll keep 400 I think for the time being, and then we'll keep Blade Dancer in there as well, because it needs to be still upgraded somewhat. We're not having it fully done to the masterwork. Okay, so let me see, I've got Naga Loop, I've got Darkblade Spite, and I have Dark Drinker, but I do need to see whether there are specific weapons that need to be used in order to get ahead, because, you know, I keep forgetting about requirements of the old Destiny 1 bounties. It's going to be any weapon, defeat Vex, void abilities. Okay, void abilities. Okay, so we'll change this just in order to complete the bounty, but I need to be working on Arc. Okay, put Void back on. Void is my favorite Hunter subclass. Quite like that Golden Gun as well in Gunslinger, I must admit, but Night Stalker is very, very useful if you are a team player, if you're doing it with your regular squad, because it will tether all the enemies together, and then you can eliminate them all with ease together with your mates. So remember, this is a proper team support type of Hunter subclass, which is always greatly appreciated. So, alright, so that's sorted. Hang on, what I needed to do was, yeah, sorted this out, but we need to see if there's anything else which is bounty specific. So that's medals, multi-kills, concentrate fire medals, kill my enemies with a primary, Vex, okay, void ability, okay. Just a minute, what was that? Void ability, okay, fine. Heavy streak, heavy spree, okay. Strike score, that's fine, that's cool. I think that's good really for what we are doing today. For the beta, it's going to be really quite a good activity, and fairly busy, high octane, so to speak.
Checking
and
now. Check.
There are some of these that we absolutely do not need, and we'll just get rid of them straight away. Just remember, the vault in Destiny 1 is very small, so you need to keep just the very best weapons in there, and if you're obviously doing it on a regular basis, you'll be able to get other weapons as you carry on. There's so many different activities and tasks in here that will provide you with whatever you needed. But just remember, some of the legendaries and all exotics have got to be in the vault, so don't delete any of them. But for anything else, just get rid of straight away, because otherwise it just clutter your vault, and then obviously you won't be able to acquire some of the new stuff. And the Postmaster slot is really small. Unlike in Destiny 2, in Destiny 1, anytime you got an engram like this one, right, you need to go to Master Rahul and he will decode it for you. So that's one of the biggest changes they introduced as they migrated to the sequel, because he was no longer having this degree of importance, actually critical, most important character here amongst the leaders in Destiny 1. So anytime you pick up an engram, you won't be able to do it straight away on the pickup, but you need to go to him in order to make it accessible to you, to your setup. Okay, so right, so this needs to be disposed of. Dog wild, yeah, it's also to get rid of. The other thing in Destiny 1 I just remembered is that your light level, which you can see in here, is maxed out with me 400, is the degree, the level by which you will be acquiring certain weapons. So when you are progressing in the game, you will be getting the weapons which are kind of tied into your light level. They will be a bit better, but it's a lengthy grind in order to get to 400. And it doesn't really matter whether your teammates are really properly kitted up with very high light level. It's all down to what you've got. So it's a lengthier grind, does require a lot more of hard work, and that was the main point of contention amongst the gamers when they tweaked the whole system in the sequel. So remember that. The sequel doesn't do that. Every single season comes up and it's just increased in light level. That's been extremely unpopular amongst the veterans because they felt, well, there's no point because we do all the hard work, and whoever joins us now with the whatever at the onset of the new season, they're already pretty much the same as ourselves, the light level wise. There are reasons as to why that is, because they want always the new members to come in and feel welcome. Having a lengthy grind in Destiny 2, if you were to start with nil, would mean several years of work, and therefore people would just get fed up. They would not be particularly happy with others being so overpowered, and others, you know, taking the scores, getting the accolades and all this sides because they weren't that degree of power and the logic behind it. But still, you know, there are some issues attached to it. Personally, I also have a bit of an issue. I think we all worked extremely hard here within our sort of community-based forums in order to upgrade everyone to that level, and it did take a bit of time. So it was hard work, and you know, that level progression is not something that I personally endorse. Anyway, my personal perspective on that. Let me see. Probably can get rid of some of that. Not too many cloaks. Bronze cloak. Titans. Okay. Okay, so that's all done, I think, more or less, and we are more than ready to engage. So let me just see what my ghost in here will do. Hang on. Increase intellect. I think I've changed it. Just see. That's weird. That was a glitch, wasn't it? So we got here increased intellect. We have here helium filament sensor, so that's quite good. Helium extractor, cleansing ritual, so that's quite useful. Mind you, I have some better ghosts in there as well. Spin metal. The material collection is extremely important in Destiny 1 because it will be enabling it will enable you to do lots of different functions as you go along. So you have to always collect as much material as possible. It's been turned into pretty much fully insignificant section of the game in the sequel, and it's very important that people remember this. Okay, I'm not going to bother now anymore looking at this because everybody is craving for some action. I want to get rid of these unnecessary bits of kit because I want my Postmaster to be as free as possible for obvious reasons, and you know, there isn't that much space here with the Postmaster for me to be having everything sent to him if I'm unable to collect, but that should be fine for now. Okay. Alright, so for the people watching, Are you happy with me to carry on with Sievers? Because Sievers are quite good. Sievers is sort of similar to Nightfall. They could be quite difficult and always good fun to play. And always good fun to watch. So there we are. What we usually do here is we stand in here, look at the view, enjoy the view, because you know, any warrior going to a battle in any real war, he never knows whether he is going to come back alive. So we always want to be looking at the possessions and the elements that are very, very dear to us, our landscapes, our loved ones, the places of interest that we treasure, and then we are off to orbit, and then we are off to yet another battle. So there we are. We'll be battling it out. Yet again, for everyone who's just joined us, thank you first of all for joining us. This is a beta stream of our reworked channel, Destiny Academy. It is called now. What we do here with Destiny 1 and 2, it's called Destiny Academy because it's educational in terms of the good causes and charitable works. We want to educate our participants and our gamers on all that our charities provide for our communities, and we want to support them as much as we could with everything that is on our disposal. So that includes public support, this includes just raising awareness through our social networks, or for those who want to be involved to get together with those charities, and then finally for people who want to be supporting financially, they can donate. The donations will go to Tiltify, and they are absolutely 100% safe and secure, and they will be received securely by those charities in question. For the purpose of this exercise, I'm just giving you the ability to engage with Mind UK, but as I said earlier, there will be other charities that will be supporting: Epilepsy Scotland, National Society for National Autistic Society, Shelter, and St Jude Hospital. So there will be several to choose from, as many members of our community will have a relative of some sort of health issue or disability, and therefore they will be able to support that particular area of somebody's concern adequately. So I think that's the idea behind it. Usually people run just one campaign and try to raise as much money as possible, but with me I'll provide a variety, because as a senior long-time mental health professional, I always feel that certain conditions are not properly looked at or understood, and I think by being connected through our gaming forums, we can certainly change that. So that's the idea. So remember, you can see this on the chat. I already posted some links. Have a look at them. If you want to get engaged, just click on those chats, on those links, and you'll be able to see everything that is related. Anyway, right, boys and girls, let's crack on, see what it will be. How's everybody today? A bit of a murky weather outside. I think it's become a bit brighter since I came here to Twitch, and ever since the stream began today. It was very, very murky. It looked like it was going to be raining and a bit nippy as well. But overall, just last week we had very, very warm weather. It was reaching like 20, 22 degrees Celsius, and at night still fairly nippy. So, you know, one of those days which actually were ideal for gaming. Anyway, so to cut long story short, we are going to be doing SIVA Crisis Heroic Strikes, and in Destiny 1 we have modifiers, so we'll have Heroic, enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive, Specialist, special weapon, damage is favoured, special weapon enabled in there, Guardian shields are increased but are not replenished, and players deal more damage while in the air, similar to what we had yesterday, and we are going to be doing them on the hard levels, so get ready for some fierce action to follow. It's interesting, but in Destiny 1 there's been no difficulty in getting other Guardians to participate, but I did play Destiny 2 last week, and it was taking forever to get people to come on board. So it's interesting that a lot of people have migrated to Destiny 1 from the sequel, as I guess been slightly disheartened with some of the introductions that we've seen. Alright, so let's carry on.
House of Devils marked you as public enemy #1 after you trashed their Prime servitor, but your old friend Sepix Prime is back. And apparently better than ever, thanks to the Devil Splicers and Siva. Zavala is not too happy about the idea of the Splicers playing Godmaker, and I can't blame him.
So what you're saying is it's time we return to the scene of the crime. I'm sure the Fallen will be happy to see us.
This is actually a very good strike. Oh, joining somebody else. Imago loop. Better be fast.
The splicers have a laser grid blocking the way. I should be able to disable it. In the meantime, do not touch the lasers.
Well, this is going to be pretty hot. I want to do exactly the same. Read my mind. And I won't be able to do that. Look at this. He's still standing. I don't believe that. Somebody's very mighty here. This one will not buckle.
The splicers really know how to encrypt their systems. But I got this. Halfway through.
Well, there are some experienced veterans in here, but what's that? Well, I'm not even able to get to the target. Our chaps are so fast. I forgot about the shanks.
Got it. Grid's clear. Let's get out of here.
Oh, I see. Okay. Forgot about that. More enemies to get rid of, as always.
Deja vu. Me, you, a sea of devils, and an angry machine god waiting on the other side. I'd say lock and load, but I'm sure you already did.
Our friends are really very, very fast. They literally snatch all the kills and I got killed straight away. That is annoying. Thank you. Thank you! Well, our friend got killed in as well, so let's just get him. Look at them. They're energetic. One of the key things in this race is to be literally moving constantly. It's very important. Because otherwise... Otherwise, you're gonna. There we are, proper team effort.
Why would the Splicers rebuild Sepix? They already have SIVA.
I can make a guess. Maybe an offer to the other devils. A show of power. You know, in SIVA we
I've
trust,
actually
and in
played
SIVA all
with these
things
boys
are
in the
possible.
past through the
Get in
random
and show them that their
matchmaking.
god is nothing but metal and tech.
It's quite easy to get sometimes the same characters coming in.
Sepix perfected, in all his glory.
Well, we went fast. Nice. Ah, that's ridiculous. It's like one rocket. Well, he's immune, obviously, because there is one of those where's he gone? He got away. Look at that. Dark Drinker is a bit like Blade in the sequel. It's incredibly powerful. Ah, that was too close to Septic Prime. Pay the price, really, as you can see. Thank you most kindly, my friend. Thank you.
Nowhere for Sepix to run this time.
There we are. Very good during traffic.
Sepix was the Splicer's next big play. Present a god for all to worship. Then control the flow of ether to control the house.
I guess they didn't factor us into the plan.
Any wrench we can throw in their works is a
That's
good
where
thing.
I can't get to it.
Guardian, you make one hell of a wrench.
Skeleton key. Yeah, we picked up some gear. There we are. Dance to the underground. There you are. Don't have a cowbell in here, which I quite like. So, those guys snatched all the kills. My score there is really not particularly good. You can see 28 there. They took it all. Alright, we'll stay with them. It's good fun. And let me just see what we've got there with the bounties. This one's completed. This one as well. Lots of modes there. Strange coins to use with Xur. You know, Xur in the sequel is more accessible than in the original game, and in here we've got to be coming to him just on certain days, and then we can purchase certain goodies. He does offer quite a few exotics, and it's really quite good to be able to get enough of those strange coins in order to exchange for the gear. That will be greatly appreciated. We're doing just a bit of Sievers today to warm up, to get back in the swing of things, and then once we get our community members back on, we'll be looking at producing joint activities for people to join us. And just want to say to our friends and community members, the access entry criteria is a bit more strict today compared to a couple of years ago. We have some strict rules which are aligned with what Twitch and all the other platforms had asked us to do, and everyone who's entering the chat needs to read the rules, because that's a contract between ourselves, the participant, and Twitch, so that includes chat as well as any other online participation. And I think for people who want to be doing it live online with audio and various activities, you know, we'll be obviously able to bring them in order to play the game together with us, but they'll have to really adhere to these rules, because the channel is moderated and it's very important that everybody is on the same page.
I'm tracking reports of fallen splicers spotted in and around the Hellmouth. Intel suggests they're hunting ogres. Get down there. Make sure they don't snatch up any more fodder for their twisted experiments.
We'll do another Seaver strike. In the meantime, we'll just tell people to bear with me a second.
No time for sightseeing, you two. Hit the summoning pits before the Devil Splicers can grab any more abominations for their priests to play around with.
By play around, you mean torture, vivisect, and disembowel?
Well, yeah. But when you put it that way, I almost feel bad for the Hive.
So why the Hive? Seems like a dangerous fight to pick.
The Splicers are playing God. They
Alright, my
Shiva
friends,
as a
let's
means
just
to
crack
reshape
on.
life how they see fit.
Excuse me.
The Hive are just victims of the Splicers' willingness to push their curiosity.
After this Seaver strike, I'll take a short break, and I'll need to get a hot drink and that, because my throat's getting a bit croaky after talking so much. I just forgot how enjoyable these Seaver strikes in Destiny 1 were, or are, I should say, rather than were, because played Destiny 2 very consistently now for some time, but all of you who've been here with us from the beginning will know that Destiny 1 was the game that made this channel. So
You have to admire the Hive's tenacity. They close this gate every time. Every single time.
I guess one of the things that
We've got Hive closing in.
I remember is that the vast majority of our matches were played on PlayStation, so many of our community members who were prior owners of PlayStation 4 at the time. But I do cross-platform, so I can do it on any setup. Although at the moment I play and stream mainly on PlayStation and Xbox. But what I'll try to do here
Locke's
is
fighting me, like everything else the Hive made. Hold on.
also a sort of community-based sessions, to which will be introduced to various platforms and the games that are available. So I'm quite curious how it work with mobile games, where I can stream them as well. So that's something I'll be exploring. And then every week we can have like one session introducing the newest games on various platforms. So I'll be very interesting to many participants, because people are not, people like a particular game and they stick to it and play it most of the times. Apex, Warzone, Destiny, you name it. But there are so many interesting titles out there for everyone to enjoy. It's so important for people to try them, to watch trailers, and to become accustomed to all these wonderful titles. That would be great. For instance, on Game Pass,
Pattern here is
they've been
chaotic.
supporting lots of indie developers and lots of
Just
interesting
one more
titles
room to
that
crack.
I personally have never heard of. But they're really good, and once you watch the trailers, once you get what introduced, you really want to play them. So I'm going to explore that, because I'm not sure whether I'll be able to oh, there we are. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to stream them directly from a console or from a PC. I need to explore that
Room's
option.
clear. We're through.
Because I've seen yesterday, after watching some Redux on Stream Elements, they also run campaigns to which they introduce certain games. And I think it's very important for people to be introduced to lots of titles that are a bit obscure, the companies that don't have any major marketing budget. And the idea is just to make sure that you'll support those developers. That's it. Dark Drinker does it. Dark Drinker does it.
That scream reminds me how much I hate this place. As if I could forget. Watch your feet. There are traps everywhere.
Oh. That wasn't very clever, was it? Well, that was again silly, and we all died. We need to repeat this battle, this part of the strike. Well, I've gotten just a bit rusty on some of them because I've not played Destiny 1 for a while, but you remember everything very fast. That's what people want. Those traps are a real pain if you are Oh, I haven't got any. Okay. Keep forgetting. Well, the first thing you notice about some of these activities in Destiny 1 is that they appear to be more difficult than many of those in the sequel, and therefore they're still cherished and appreciated by so many community members. And, you know, I never found Destiny 1 to be boring. There's always something to do, it's always interesting.
We're going to have to find another way.
I don't care if you have to hitch a ride on a tomb ship, Guardian.
Very much
I need
based
you in
on
those summoning pits.
that joy, getting the team together and being together with your friends. That's critical.
We're really doing this?
I guess our friends having some weapons that are not really as powerful, so for the reason. Yeah, I just have a problem with this. I remembered it.
Get ready to abandon ship. I'm detecting heavy splicer signatures. They're already here.
Get in there, Guardian. Put the splicers down and end whatever monstrosity the Hive are conjuring.
Ah, nearly got killed there. This Nightfall strike is really tricky. It really does need a proper team effort. I've done it many times. And, no, thank you. Thank you. That beam is just so terrible. Ooh.
Cracking the secrets of Hive bioweaponry. Combining what they learn with Siva's
Oh, it's
potential,
quite easy.
that would give the splicers a whole new bag of tricks.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Yes, it does. Good thing you put a stop to it.
We don't have a skeleton key. That's the other thing here, which was frustrating, I remember. You have to do lots of different activities in order to get those skeleton keys, and then you can open those chests, because guess what? The chests were providing you with some very good loot. Well, anyone who's joining Destiny 1 community as a newbie, there is a lot to learn. So remember that, never too late to join us. Alright my friends, I'll take a very short break. I need to make a hot drink, I need to have a bite to eat, and then I'll be back in a couple of minutes. And we are going to be using this wonderful new overlay that I have, and you'll be able to talk and chat and do everything, so you'll see. Let us see, put this one on. Does it look good? Hopefully it does. Double check, I'm double checking it here on the stream as well. But actually the stream looks quite good. I'm quite happy with the improvements that I was able to apply. And here we are, my friends. I'm back, and I'll carry on with more activities here in Destiny 1. We'll crack on with more strikes. If we have anybody joining us later, perhaps we'll entertain one of the Nightfalls of this week, and which actually would be quite good. I've not done it for a little while, and I'm sure our friend Sekapupu from Finland would, you know, jump in as soon as possible. Obviously, we've done quite a lot of these Nightfall strikes in the past, and they're back here on the channel. Anyway, so what I was telling you earlier was that the channel is now fully aligned with our charitable works and supporting the good causes. So I talked a bit about this earlier, and the way it works is we have presently a target of £1,000 for Mind UK. And what I like about all that is offered by Tiltify is that we have lots of other bits and pieces which can engage us with the process of how this is going to be completed. So every single time we reach a certain threshold, we are going to be rewarding our community members, and particularly those who have been contributing financially, with a specific type of activity. So for instance, when we are reaching, let's say, a target of 100, we are going to be then having a community-based session that's going to be consisting entirely of our participants, our friends, doing something together. And I will be able to tell you what these various activities are, so just bear with me. I need to get them up and running, and you will be able to see that. Then in addition to the milestones, we'll have some polls and we'll have some rewards. So all of that will be very interactive and very much in tune with everything that we are planning to do here in order to support the charity. So you see, I'm still a bit rusty on the setup in here. I'm not getting all the information which I need, so I do apologize for this, but never mind, that's all fine. We'll go back to the Twitch stream, and then I'll be able to tell you hopefully from my phone, if I can get it up and running as quickly as possible. I need to sort this out because it's a bit slow. So what I was describing earlier is we have certain targets. Once we reach the target, we reach a milestone. So it is going to be by 100 every single time. And we look at the milestone of 100, and then we'll have a poll which is asking people certain questions, and the poll will be asking the following question: what Guardian shall I play in the Crucible community-based tournament? Guess why? Because when we are reaching that milestone, we are going to be then rewarding our community members and contributors with that community-based session, and that's going to be in the Crucible, and we'll have like a small community-based tournament. The participants will be exclusively the members of our community, and the person who had reached the milestone with the contributions will also join us. So it'll be a mixture of the regulars and the dedicated Destiny Academy channel veterans, and then those people who had contributed, and it will be presented within that format, the format of us reaching the milestone. So for instance, when we ascend, we go to 200, we'll be having a chronological Destiny 1 replay of story missions, which is a campaign replay, and again we'll bring in regulars as well as those who have been contributing. And so it will be a play of different types of activities. So for instance, the poll that I will launch before we enter the chronological campaign replay will ask, what exotic heavy should I be using? So what exotic will I need to be importing from a vault in order to be able to complete all the campaign missions? And then the community members will be answering this question. So, you know, quite a lot of playful stuff for all of us to enjoy, and I'm very, very glad that they made it as interactive as possible, and therefore much more enjoyable for everyone to participate, because at the end of the day, you will know if you were a fundraiser, if you were working hard on fundraising for various charities, let's say, and doing it old school, which is with street collections or door-to-door collections or various kind of public events, you know, you will discover that this is a lot of hard work, and it's not always very entertaining because you need to talk to lots of strangers, unknown people don't like to be bothered. This is a lot more interactive, a lot more fun, a lot more entertaining in every sort of way. You can just play with the whole thing and contribute, and it connects really the good causes and the charitable works, and you know, us raising the awareness for what needs to be done in order to generate funds and support these charities, together with the overall presence in our community and also on social networking platforms. So I think it's really amazing. I really wish that people would embrace that a bit more. Not that many people are doing it in the UK. In the US, they have quite a few people involved because obviously they are more advanced on that front. They are more advanced in terms of how they really work with the charities and how they are kind of connected to the gaming community. And that is something that we want to be pioneering and developing here on this channel. We want to make something as good, as accessible and as important as what we've seen happening from over there over the pond. So remember that. I come back to the point. The point is not that we need to be financially contributing. The point is becoming fully aware of the good causes and what these charities do, and then raising those issues, raising those causes in the wider community, and making sure that through our social networking platforms, our contacts, our friends, or anything we do on the internet, we actually connect. And we can connect also with these polls, with the milestones, with everything I said. So it's very, very playful, very interactive, and very funny. So remember, that is the way to do it, and that's certainly something that I would recommend to everyone. So if you're interested, there you can see the way it works. I'll send another link, put it up there, and you'll be able to interact more or less immediately. So just bear with me. There we are, my friends, and that's the way it works. You basically just have a look at the link and then you click on it and you get all the relevant information, and from there you're able to engage both with Tiltify, with myself, with our community, with other donors, as well as the charity itself. So if you're interested, you can just join forces. Make sure you are including the link, which I think presents you with a very, very nice layout, very good spread on what this campaign is about, and anyone watching it and anyone accessing it will actually get enough information to know what we are about to do. My throat became a bit croaky for some reason. I don't know why. I just had a nice hot drink and everything seemed... It does happen. Anyway, what we're doing now is, after the strikes, we want to do a bit of admin. Remember, the admin is part and parcel of everything in Destiny 1 and 2. You always have got to be doing it after you complete the activities. Make sure that you have plenty of space in your inventory, that your vault is not too full, that you're not keeping unnecessary kit and gear, and that you're always ready for another battle. So that is what we do every single time. So I could see we're in the orbit. After that, we'll go to the tower. Unlike in the sequel, where you have several places where you can do this, like the Helm in particular, and you know, we do that bit by bit together with others. The tower is a very good social networking forum, so if you are up and about, always make sure that you look at other people's gear, their outfits, their appearances, and you know, they draw attention to a certain degree, and you can obviously make new friends by simply engaging with them there. I made quite a lot of new friends here, not just myself, also our community participants who were live aligned together with me, by simply doing a dance, doing an emote, asking this other participant who is a complete stranger there in the tower to do something together with us. And it's a very, very good way of joining forces with other like-minded worlds who are also in awe of Destiny, and people who want to find new partners and mates in order to do strikes, raids, and all other activities that the game has to offer. So remember that. So it's not just a place where you can do your admin, it's a place where you can engage with others. So for instance, you see this, you come here, and then we'll do a bit of dancing, see if anybody joins us. Well, they're busy with the admin by the looks of it, so I mean, I gotta bother them too much. And it's not excessively busy. Gets busy on Fridays and Saturdays. Okay, so let's see, we've got some pickups. I'm a shader, I need to pick that one up though. Okay, so what did we get in our strikes? Anything of assistance, anything which is as good. Let's see. Ion Tracer mask, we don't, well, wolf pelts is definitely not necessary. We have some other things which we can get rid of straight away. Because don't forget, a wolf pelt is a full armor set. You can collect it and wear it, but it's not particularly powerful. So, Bogatyr is a very, very common one, so you can get rid of it as well. I got it in the vault too. Ion Tracer boots. Oh yeah, so I remember we had another engram left from the strikes that we've done earlier. And Days of Iron as well, very common. I guess the difference is if you are migrating from Destiny 2 into the original game, you will find sometimes that this game doesn't have the same degree of diversity, and some of that kit will not be as useful. There won't be that many pieces of armor, not that many weapons compared to the sequel, of course. But you will find that certain tasks are much harder to complete in here unless you have proper team effort behind you, and that makes the game very interesting, also very replayable. You also have to work very hard to masterwork some of those bits of kit, and it will take quite a bit of time, a lot of activity, material collection, and all other sorts of things in order to get to that level. So remember, a very, very enjoyable game, but significantly different compared to the sequel. Many people love Destiny 1 because they consider it to be still a lot more difficult game to, I won't say to complete, because there is no end in Destiny, to play, and they find it therefore a lot more enjoyable. I've come across quite a few people here in our community, also on Reddit, who indicated that Destiny 2 is far too easy. I don't really agree with that. I think the activities that we have in the sequel that are tailored towards greater skill or sort of a hardcore stroke insanity difficulty level, they are not easy and they will take time to complete. I guess there aren't that many of them compared to the original. I think this is where the complaint comes from. Arcflare Mantle, Octopus Cloak. You see, this one is, let's say, rare. That one, and actually lock it so I don't delete it by mistake. These ones are all masterworked, so that's fine, we'll keep those. Also, compared to the sequel, in the original, you will not have the ability to modify every bit of armor. You have to be picking up certain bits, certain pieces I should say, that are already providing you with a good type of ability, and you need to examine every one of them, because sometimes it doesn't really, it's not as strong, and I don't really particularly like that degree of attention that needs to be given to every one of them. It sort of makes it a bit more arduous and lengthy for us, the streamers here doing the admin. But it's important that you don't delete something which is actually very useful and very pertinent. So keep this in mind if you play Destiny 1. Okay, so let's see what else. What else we picked up? What needs to be resolved? Yeah, sniper rifle we don't really need. We got another one there on the engram. This one we get all the time, the warpath. Mind you, I could have infused it really. Yeah, well, that's my error, because we probably could have infused it. Let me see. Yeah, That's right. Doesn't matter. We'll pick up another one, another strike, and then I need to erase the abilities, the power level of my Boltcaster to 400. I've not been using Boltcaster that much. I much preferred Dark Drinker, but I remember a few of our community members preferred Boltcaster to Dark Drinker. It's a question of personal preference, really. Just remember all the exotics keep always fully locked because they're quite rare in here. They're hard to get, and if you delete them by mistake, you'll need to rework the whole thing, which is going to take ages, and you don't really want to do that. Okay, so in here we've got another deletable weapon that's really completely useless, and then we'll go to Master Hull. He's a very important character in here, and he is going to be doing some decoding.
Brought us some intriguing discoveries recently.
Not enough space. We better pick up some bounties then, right? I need to see also what happened with the rest of the bounties, because I had quite a few. Oh, one I completed, so that was Vanguard bounty. Okay. I'll go and get some gear. Oh, that's ridiculous. What are you doing now?
Come back before I get
Could have gone
bored.
in there for extra decoding. Okay. Possible exotic?
That one is special.
No, not really. Those are the needs, they're very common. What comes Razor? Pick it up all the time. The other one also, the boots are not particularly good. Again, it's a full armor set. Bogota, you can really pick up all the bits of Bogota and then set it up. Just like what I've got at the moment. As you can see, I'm very proudly displaying my Future War Cult cloak that I quite like. Eon Tracer, Eon Tracer, Eon Tracer, Eon Tracer. So that's all together Eon Tracer outfit. That's the Future War Cult outfit, the faction I belong to in here as Hunter. Alright, so that's all sorted. Let me see whether there is anything else
Back
for
out
us
into
to
the dark,
sort
Hunter.
with the Postmaster.
I am instructed to tell you that all go
There may be
service
something.
normal.
Yeah, actually there is.
Received.
So these ones will delete. We don't really need any of these. This one's anything which is blue and green, just get rid of. About it. Octopus, I think and I got involved. But if you're doing certain activities like Sealers or Nightfalls, you will get, even if you delete it by error, some of these items. The items you don't really get frequently are the exotics. So as soon as you get any of the exotics, you've got to lock to make sure you never delete them. And they're really hard to get here in Destiny. Remember that. Very important. Okay. Okay, so let's carry on. Let's see what... Oh, we've got this one. Cloak of Hidden Genders. Well, this one I'll put in the vault. And I'll go back to... wait a minute. Emblems in there? See if I've got any green ones. Armor shader.
Excuse me, Guardian.
No, I don't fancy that. Get rid of that straight away. Which one was it? This one, I think, wasn't it? That's not bad either. I quite like it.
Please watch your step, Guardian.
This is quite good too. There are lots of different shaders, but this one, the red one, I absolutely detest. That is just definitely not for me. Don't like it. Valentine. I guess you can use it on the Valentine's Day or so. Quite like this.
Clear, Guardian.
Yeah, that's not too bad either. Oh, this is quite good. We'll keep that. Keep that. And then what we'll do is we'll go to
Have a marvelous day.
Thank you, thank you. Always good to be so positive and forward thinking and upbeat. Need to find something that we don't actually need. Okay. So what we do is we'll go to the vault and then put a shader in, the one I didn't like. I'll keep it just because it's Valentine and you know it's just like really cool to have it on that particular day, so I don't want to get rid of it. Put it in the vault, and then what we'll do is we'll just go back to our friend Katie, pick up this other shader and try it. The yellow one. I wonder what it's like. I wonder what type of colors it will give us. Details. I'm not keen on that either, but there you are. You see, the thing is, you put this red or this yellow on your character, and what does happen is you become incredibly visible, so it's not particularly good for the Crucible, got to admit. But if you're doing some campaign missions, then, you know, on the basic level, it's no big deal, really. I need to pick up some extra bounties, so let's go to Zavala. Oh no, Zavala doesn't actually provide us with the bounties there. I keep thinking that I'm still in Destiny 2, you know, because you pick up your bounties here from those chaps. Patrol the moon. I'm not going to do that. Orbs, we'll take this and then see how many spaces we've got. 3. Okay. Well, we'll go downstairs to see whether anybody offers anything, so just in case, maybe Eris will see.
Once more into darkness. Until next time.
No, they didn't actually give any bounties. Let's see what he's got.
Let's get started.
It's lengthy grinds. I'm not gonna take any of these either. That's not too bad, is it? Don't drop it. And then these are fairly good swords as well if you go to the Crucible.
Is waiting for you, High-Bane.
Let's do it.
He's also providing you everything for the Crucible. Let me see, shotgun kills, sniper rifle kills. I'll take one of those. Alright.
You up for hunting some Taken?
That's Harling, that's really funny.
Yeah, I bet you got stories.
Anything to report? Good morning.
Some rewards. Vanguard Chroma. Armor. Weapons. Armor. Ah, that Bogatai again. But mind you, I picked up some strange coins, so that's quite good. That'd be useful. And that's for Nightfall. Yeah, I remember now. It's that. Get 150 enemy kills for your fighting during a Siva Crisis Strike and Brutal Efficiency.
We have a system to win back.
So that is basically your Nightfall bounty. And anytime you go to Nightfall, remember to pick it up from Zavala. He's giving you all the other Vanguard bounties in the sequel, but in here it's just the very best ones, and you are going to be getting really high quality loot.
Take the fight to the dark.
Okay, so we don't have to go up there anymore. We can just go up here. Look at the view. It's not the city, it's more like enjoying the nature. Going up to orbit. And therefore we are going to be ready to engage with another battle. Looking good. God, time flies. I can't believe I've been really streaming for about 3 hours. How's everybody today? I see that The weather outside's gone a bit better. It's a bit brighter compared to when I started today. So that's good, because you know what? After I finish my stream, I got to go and have my hair cut done. So that is what I will be doing today. If I manage to do it all, which I hopefully will. Yet again, if you just joined us, this is a beta test of our Destiny Academy stream in here. It's called Destiny Academy because we are educational on every level. We are educating people on how to play Destiny. We're educating everyone who participates here on as to why it's important to support our charities and the good causes. And then also you have the opportunity to support myself if you think that what you see is of value to you and everything that you do. So lots and lots of different novelties which I had created really in the meantime since we were doing our regular streams, and I'm hoping that our participants and community members will enjoy them because they'll give you a few more options on what can be done here, and will make any sort of fundraising or community-based activities a lot more interactive, a lot more supportive, and a lot more enjoyable. So that's the idea. That's what's behind.
The Taken King is dead.
All that I did
Yet
here.
still his armies writhe and claw
participants.
at our worlds. Even as you led the assault on the Dreadnought, a powerful Taken war beast fled for the safety of the shrine to Oryx. The would-be Prince Malak works to perfect a dark sorcery. He must be destroyed.
Alright. So let's carry on. Well, I don't think anyone joined me, so... That's good. Where's he gone now? Oh.
They've sealed the door with hive runes. Of course they have.
Well, there is a rune. We are going to be able to get... Oh, look at this. Oh, starts again. Ah! We'll definitely need somebody else to join us. Okay. He wants to pick up some... Oh, no, he's gonna explode. Nearly got me. Well, because I'm alone, I must be running all this time, you know, otherwise I'll be exterminated. That was silly. I knew that this was going to happen. I've got a lot of ammunition there for my dark drinker. We'll do it like this. Somebody else joined me. That's good. Because otherwise it'd be difficult. Okay, so let's just wait until that person comes in. We've got one rune. That needs to be picked up in here. And just remember, needs to go up to his door. Release in husk. And now we get more enemies coming in with easier with the two of us participating, so that's pretty good. Thanks goodness somebody joined us. So that's good. There's another rune in there. Our friend's gonna pick it up. That's good. We'll go and just help him protect the door. Well, you've got to be versatile with your weapons in here. You've got to be changing fast and you need to be running all the time, and you know, it's all sorts of things that need to be done. Don't forget, you don't get as much glimmer in here compared to the sequel, so you need to always pick up everything. There's another room, okay. And there we are. The room has been activated, which is good. And then we are going to go in. Always remember to chuck a grenade in there, because there are loads of those exploding thralls. Well, it's time to experience. I've done it a few times, so I know what to do here. No, it's gone the wrong way. Our friend really had he'd been grabbing the way. Sit up. So where is that wizard up here? Sorted. No need to worry about it.
Oryx may be gone, but the sympathetic vibrations of his shrine still resonate across the cosmos. There is power here. Great power.
I was wondering why we were here.
Not finding it. Some heavy ammunition. That will help. not got enough ammunition. That's good. He was able to eliminate him. Alright. That's all good. Right, let's crack on then. What? Thought I missed him altogether. Which I believe I did not, so...
Beware the Blight, Guardian. Malak's power is absolute here.
The Blight is the black goo, right? What is that stuff anyway?
Darkness, given form by Malak's cruel will.
Well, that's annoying. Where was this phalanx? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Need more of that. That's annoying. Heavy spree, so that should be quite good with my medals. And also good items.
Beware, Guardian. The Blight will drain your strength, your speed. Do not let Malak dominate this shrine.
Yeah, Malak's there. We need to hide in here quite a lot because the enemies keep coming from both ends, so that's very important. Did manage to get away, that was tricky. Oh, this is annoying. I haven't got any more special ammunition. Okay. Stuck in there, look at that. I need to hide. Still nothing. I don't believe it. Yeah, but I haven't got any special ammunition, so I can't do anything about it. Ah, look at this. We both got killed at the same moment. That's too terrible. That's annoying. You had that beast down to hardly any life. But you know, it happens in any game really. That's no. That's annoying. It's my fault, actually. That's why we see that there was another person who joined us. Stuck in there. Wants to revive our friend. Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to revive you, but I got stuck in there before I failed. That's good. She came from behind me. I've not seen her heard him at all. That's dope. Boo. Thank you. At least I died with my guns blazing, eh? He's finally gone.
We've taken back the
So
shrine
that's
from the
good.
Taken. That they took through taking.
Yeah.
Without Malak to channel Taken energy here,
Remember,
the
this is all
light
about
will
team
abate,
effort.
and Oryx's shrine will quiet. That is my dream, Guardian. That one day the moon will lie dead and still, like the tomb it is.
Just remember that this is a coordinated team activity. In order to finish it successfully and to complete some missions, you've got to have a full participation of everyone who is in the arena. So for the strikes it'll be 3-piece, for the raid it's going to be a 6-piece, and Destiny is by far the best when it comes to this. Let me see, what do we do? We'll do another strike, I think. We have a bit more time to test this, but just curious to see what's happening there with
The House of
streams
Devils marked you as
overall.
public enemy number 1 after you
So?
trashed their Prime servitor, but your old friend Sepix Prime is back. And apparently better than ever, thanks to the Devil Splicers and Siva. Zavala's not too happy about the idea of the Splicers playing Godmaker, and I can't blame him.
So what you're saying is it's time we return to the scene of the crime. I'm sure the Fallen will be happy to see us.
Well, it looks like we're just jumping in. Someone else's business.
Sepix was the Splicer's next big
Okay.
play. Present a God ship, then control the flow of ether to control the house.
Mission complete.
I guess they didn't factor us into the plan.
That is
Any
ridiculous.
wrench we can throw in their works is a good thing. And Guardian, you make one hell of a wrench.
Well, we've got several bounties completed. So, looking at Ghost, getting some strange coins, hunting the Exalted, Grim, heavy golting. We'll stay in the orbit. Hopefully, we are going to be a bit more fortunate with this. Approach another the Mac. Not that many people are playing Destiny 1 anymore. You can see that on our Twitch streams as well. Not that many viewers, whilst several thousand watching Destiny 2 for the original game. It's going to be only a few dozen, and at times maybe a few hundred if we are talking about Fridays and Saturdays when most people do Destiny 1 raids. So what's next? Let's see. Yet another strike. Well, strikes are most enjoyable, really, and it's a real shame. Let me see if Sakapupu's up and about. Just curious, because we could ask him to join us then. But then at the same time, I'll be wrapping up in about half hour, so you know, I don't want to be bringing in people towards the very end of this beta test. So far so good, I think. Everything's worked well. The only thing that packed up that didn't deliver was my tablet, and I need to work out what's happening there as to why it's not copying and pasting to clipboard. But everything else has been very good, and I'm pleased to say that all the new additions are functioning, or I should say they're fully functional, and we'll have a lot of fun here in no time. No, he's not there, so alright, just carry on with another strike. Just seeing that we've had a new Destiny update yesterday.
The Black Garden may not
They
stay among
changed
us
weapon
for long.
swapping, so I'm quite curious to
Something
see
has
what
begun
that
to
is.
repair the schism torn by its destruction. Vex now flood the garden channels to protect it. We must stop the Weavers before they seal the garden and begin to summon back its heart.
Okay.
I like this place better when it's dead.
So I'm doing it all by myself again. Other people bailed. It's annoying. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just completely wrong. Worked with some difficulty. Look at that, milk spot is not caving in. I don't believe that. Oh, I miscued because of these lines. Right, eventually. Okay. Dark Drinker does it. Tactical medal. That's not bad, is it? got him, which is good. Lights need to be destroyed. Start from the beginning. I don't believe it. That's ridiculous. Well, some other people will probably join us eventually, but at the moment we don't have any
I like this
company.
place better when it's there.
That's going to be a lot better. Okay, that completes it. Ammo. Well, you can really see how the teamwork really pays the dividends here, because if you're doing it by yourself, it's a lot harder. I know some people like doing it solo, it's a challenge, but for me, Destiny is all about team effort. Well, no wonder. No, I can't go down there because I'm going to get killed straight away. More blight to be destroyed. Oh no. Yeah, I haven't got any ammunition anymore. Look at this. Oh, you got him. Okay, cool. Right, so that was good. That was very clear-cut elimination. Yeah, I do need this. Thank you. Heavy streak as well, that's good. You just popped up behind me, you see this? That was ridiculous. There's no chance in this this, I'm afraid. Oh, Senran's here. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. How are you, sir? Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm doing a beta test, so it's like a proper stream, but I've tested everything that was to be put into practice, and everything worked. Various things that I've set up on the channel. So that was really quite good. And then doing just strikes and talking to some fucking newcomers who were there earlier. I got killed again, there's too many enemies in there. Yes, how are you, Sandman? How is everything now going, Northern Ireland? Sunny? Rainy? We had a bit of a weird day today. It's very kind of murky, cloudy. I woke up, but it brightened up. So it's like nice and sunny outside, but I've seen none of it. Just waiting here. No, 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 no. Ah, look at that. You're just on top of me. Our friend says, I'm at the beach. Well, 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 that sounds good. I wish I was there. Is it warm? Because generally it's been very warm in here. It's very cold at night. this time. Come on, what's going on? Again, got killed. Our friend Sandman says, yeah, it's quite warm with a very nice breeze. Well, you know, with us over here, it's very hot during the day, like 20-22 degrees Celsius, and then as the sun goes down, it becomes really nippy. It drops down to about 5 or 6 degrees. Very, very strange weather. We never had it like this before. And I need to change jackets and, you know, everything when I go out later in the day. No, I said earlier, just doing the final tests of everything that's been set up on the channel. Really, everything works fine. The only thing that I need to get used to is the new setup, to which I need to really use different bits of equipment in order to do bits, cheers and balls and, you know, bingos and all sorts. And it will take me a bit of time to get used to that. Takes a bit of time and practice because it's a new setup, and then we tried myself and play more earlier today, a few bits and pieces which seem to work fine, so that's, you know, that's pretty good. And that's all new. It's all to do with stream elements and the way our community members will be able to do different goals and reach milestones. Then get certain stats, claim rewards, all sorts really. So our friend says, how's this thing going? I love the Vault of Glass raid. Everything looks and sounds really good. Well, thanks very much. Yeah, I think generally after, you know, last time we were testing the sound and picture, and oh no, they just backfired. And then I watched the stream afterwards, and I wasn't too happy with the way the sound was coming across, so I had to really do a bit of fine tuning. But picture-wise, I think it was okay. It was bearable. It's much better if one watches it on a phone or tablet, but on my big setup in here on the TV set, the picture is not as good as I thought it would be. But you know, it's alright. It's a lot better compared to what we had in the past. I was so pleased with the number of people are coming in to watch Destiny stream, so just for the beta I had quite a few people coming in. This is crazy, this is crazy. I can't get away. Our friend says, you need a good Titan with bubble in your mission. Yeah, absolutely. For this one, Titan would be a lot better than my Hunter. But you know, just go back into it, and generally I play Titan less than other characters. And I always have Sekapupu from Finland who joins us on his Titan, because he likes Titan the best, so we have a, you know, a two-piece of Hunter and Warlock, and then at other times we also get somebody to come in as a Hunter, so, as a Warlock. It's quite good. Well, I've not really informed our community members that the stream is coming back, because I want to have everything sorted first. And I'm getting there, so you know, very shortly we'll have everybody else fully on board. Well, it's quite good to hear that you are, you know, enjoying the beach and it's warm, Sounds very pleasant. I need actually a weekend off somewhere at the seaside. Would do me a world of good. Not been to our coastal towns now for a little while. Have one very dedicated community member who lives in Great Yarmouth, which is not too far from me, and we were talking about maybe meeting up sometime. We have community members from everywhere, you know. We're a very international type of group. Any part of the globe, really. Yeah, Bolts of Blast Raid is definitely a very good activity in Destiny 1. It's been still a very popular raid, and lots of people were doing it as a 2-piece or 3-piece, you know, kind of chasing the score competitively. I remember doing it with some of our chaps as well, a while back. Those enemies are really strong, and that's because we are just a 2-piece. Our friend says, I mained a Titan since Destiny 1, so probably when I get the series, I'll main a Titan again. Just chilling out with my wife. Quote would bring Quote a raid into Destiny 2. Well, they will bring all the raids. They'll bring all the raids to Destiny 2. Suddenly there was some sort of problem there with my picture and sound. Yeah, they actually promised that they would be getting all the content into the sequel. Whether they do it or not remains to be seen. I'm not 100% sure whether we are likely to see all the raids in there, but it would be definitely the best because you have all of them in one place, better quality graphics, and everything else obviously next gen. Definitely like the idea. I've got to say that whatever they imported, like for instance Cosmodrome and all the missions, they look a lot better, and there's a lot more action. And, you know, just feels like the next gen game compared to what we've got here. I really like it. Well, you know, being at a sea, always good fun, and very good health-wise. I really enjoy lengthy strolls here in our nature reserve, and we're really spoilt because we have so many beautiful picture postcard style spots, and you know, I just feel like I'm living in a holiday town, which obviously this place isn't, but definitely I can always go for a nice stroll. Never any shortage of nice walks and spaces. We have 4 rivers and beautiful scenery. It's generally very pleasant environment. So I need to hide. My friend says Crota raid. Yeah, I figured. Well, Crota raid and Wrath of the Machine and, you know, literally everything. And our friend got hit. Hang on, we're gonna be stuck in here. What is going on? I'm stranded. I need to help our friends. Look at this. wasn't able to bring me back, friend, I'm afraid, because I got me stranded in there. Getting stuck here in the wall. Yeah, sorry, trying to do the strike and obviously looking at the chat at the same time. I apologise to our friends Sandman and also to our viewers. What I'm saying is they had imported some parts of Destiny 1 and the original, the first mission of Destiny 1 there, Cosmodrome and Shohan and all the other characters and activities in the book, and I think they look really good. And I thought when they imported that section, they'll just carry on with it. There'll be literally everything brought into the Destiny universe, which is what they indicated. But then, the pandemic and all other things, and they stopped. So I'm personally not sure whether they will integrate every bit of the content or not, but I think the raids, as being the most popular types of activities, they'll come to Destiny from this one, from Destiny 1. Special ammunition. Well, I just think that most of the games are so significantly different, which means we can always play them and have a lot of fun with the same group of people, but we'll play these games for a different reason. Destiny 1 is more challenging and provides less diversity, and then Destiny 2 has all this multitude of community guest tasks people can do together. And it's really important that in the sequel one does work together with the team. That's fundamental, because otherwise it's either lengthy grind or frustrating, or sometimes repetitive. When you do it with others, it's really good fun. Did you see that? He just doesn't want to succumb to my mind. League DV's here. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for joining our community. Thanks for checking out our Beta Academy beta. Is this a Beta Academy? Destiny Academy beta. Sorry, the multitude of tasks is getting up a little bit. So, not as articulate as I should be. I apologise. Destiny Academy beta, yeah. So thanks to Leak DV for watching us. We are testing our new setup. Something I've done already for a number of weeks, and today is one of those sort of final tests where everything had been set in motion, and it seems to be working well. So I'll show you in a moment, once I finish the strike, what novelties I've got, because we were testing that earlier, so you're able to try it together with us. It's good fun. Some polls and bingos, some stats. Tips, donations, that's all present here in order to support the works of our charities, and to the degree to support the works that we all do here on the channel, to combine forces and, to help others who are in the need, really. I got killed now. Nice bolt. League is saying hello to Sandman. How are you guys doing? We know that Sandman's at the beach. And where's our friend Leaky? Where about are you? Are you at home? Are you up and about? Are you travelling? Are you perhaps on a bus? It's quite extraordinary when you have today the opportunity to engage with gaming and streams wherever we are, from being at home and doing it on your PC, to commuting and watching it on your tablet or mobile phone, doing it to the cloud. It's incredible. I actually had a community member a little while back who was in a classroom, and then instead of paying attention to the lessons, she would just watch my stream. So I said, well, that's not really a very good idea, because obviously any form of university-based work or anything else should be really a priority. She's quite adamant, right? The lectures are so boring and the streams are so exciting, so... What could I do? Oh, we finished it. Alright. Thanks, guys. I've not really contributed that much to it, I have to say.
The Black Garden remains
I
here
talked and walked and used weapons
but
which
the
were not
Vex will never
ideal
cease
for
until their birthplace is restored.
this particular
And we
strike.
must keep it here until we can understand its origin.
Do I have... I do not have a skeleton key, which means I'll be just getting nothing. So a bit of howling to our friend Steve. Thank you for helping. Thank you for completing the mission. Cool. So let's just depart and sit in orbit for a little while, and then we'll talk to our friends. Just bear with us a second. Oh no, I didn't get that. I didn't get the treasure pack. I just got some mote of light, some motes. Our friend got the treasure bag. Yeah, I need to leave matchmaking so we can talk to our community members and friends. Hang on, let me see what our friends are saying. Yeah, our friend Leaky's saying, let me see. Leaky said, this is trippy to watch. Yeah, all the flashing lights, all the action. That's right. I actually mentioned the other day, I think when Sandman was here watching my test stream, that one of my colleagues from the US, she's a former Navy SEAL, and she sustained a serious injury while she was on duty and converted to online gaming, and she unfortunately, due to the injury, suffers from epilepsy. And she talked quite a lot about the effects of Destiny, particularly the Destiny 2, the sequel, on her health condition. She absolutely loves Destiny, plays it all the time, but a lot of flashing lights, lots of blitzes, and lots of changes of vivid colors, they affect the brainwaves. And she said from time to time she does get the grand mal seizure after playing the Crucible or doing various other kind of high octane activities in Destiny. So one's got to be a bit careful, and I always said to people who are slightly photosensitive to make sure that they play the game in a brightly lit room, so they're not watching it in the darkness, because then it has a much greater effect. And I have to say, I've tested now the new consoles, and the games are a lot more they're easier on the eye if when compared to the older consoles. So that's Xbox Series X and S and PlayStation 5, and they have better frame rate, which is affecting the way our eye actually does see the flashes. It's a very big difference, and in Destiny 2 that's really highly noticeable. And I'm trying to think, what other game did I play? There was another shooter I played recently. Yeah, I played Andromeda on... I'm still playing it actually on Xbox Series S, and I'm doing it through the Game Pass and EA Play. And that game, if you remember, when you are doing certain things, like for instance talking to someone or clicking on certain items, gives you that very big flash, which is a white light flash, and it's very, very dangerous for people who are photosensitive. And it does look like old gen game, which has been the greatest complaint when Andromeda came out. Let me see. We have several people in here. That's great. Hi, Insulated Unis here. Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, sir. Costa Dracos is here. Hi, how are you doing? Good to see you. And welcome, guys, to our community here of Destiny Gamers. And thanks very much for joining us. Much appreciated. And let me just see what our friend said there. Just bear with me. Our friend Leaky said that this was trippy to watch, and I'll watch this on my phone actually, because this thing on my tablet keeps jumping, so I keep losing the thread. I apologize. Anyway, I'll respond straight away. Let me see what people are saying. Yeah, our friend says, well, sometimes it's really important to escape the city life. Absolutely. Being able to have a break, like for a long weekend somewhere, you know, at the coast, really helps. Sort of provides a refresher, and we can always get back late on Sunday feeling replenished. That's the idea, really. And Lika says, yeah, I can't relate. Live in a more rural area. Oh yeah. Sam was actually referring to our conversation the other day about the flashes. Well, you know, it's sort of, it's quite tricky because obviously if somebody has a condition like photosensitivity, it's extremely important to pay attention not to be aggravated much, and the intensive type of gaming. But I still think it's extremely important how people do it. Like, for instance, when I play Destiny, I don't really play it in a darkened room, you know? I have a big screen, which is 16-inch screen, and I always make the room very bright, so the, the effects of bright lights are not having the same impact as they otherwise would had I been in, you know, a room with hardly any light or dim lighting or whatever, or playing it at night where there's no one about. And it's important for people to pay attention to this, because the effect doesn't have to be as severe as in her case, because obviously she suffers from this illness, the result of her injury. But it can also, it does have an impact on our nervous system, so people can feel slightly agitated, slightly twitchy, you know, all these kinds of things. Best avoided. And as I said, I did compare the next-gen consoles with the old ones, and the next-gen is a lot more amicable, a lot less abrasive when it comes to these kinds of effects, and that's to do with the frame rate and the way the new systems work. Razor sharp graphics, 60 FPS, excuse me, 60 FPS, 120 FPS frame rate makes a huge difference really when you play it. Let me just have a look what our friends are saying. Lika says that, yeah, it's pretty nice to be living in a local rural area, and Insulated saying good afternoon, thanks very much for joining us. Sister Draco saying hi as well, so that's great to see. Thanks very much for joining us. I'm losing my voice really, I need to get a hot drink. Sister Draco saying good morning to everyone. Everyone from our community says good morning to Sister Dracos as well. And this chat keeps jumping all the time, don't know why. I do apologize for this. Still getting on with my new system, and for some reason that chat keeps jumping, so that's really annoying. I can't really read the need to work out a different system. Hang on. Oh no, I think I got it now. Hang on. No, it's not the same thing. Sister Draco says, I love Destiny. And Sandman is saying, Sister Dracos, hope you're having a good morning. And Sister Dracos says, yes, indeed I am. And asking us how we are doing. Well, we're doing very well. This is the final, one of the final beta test streams for Destiny Academy. The setup I've got here on my channel, the new setup, the old channel, the old stream, the old streamer, the old broadcaster, but the new setup. And the setup, as Sandman can tell you, is very much tied in with the good causes and the works of various charities. So that is what we are re-emphasizing every single time we are live on air. And this is what I've been doing all along here on Twitch, but presently this is going to be a lot more streamlined, with the emphasis on the fact that the members of our community need to be fully aware of what is happening out there, and of our compatriots, our sort of friends and families, and all the other people's needs in terms of what they need particularly after this dreadful pandemic and after being hit by such incredibly high prices everywhere. The cost of living in Britain is unbelievably high, so everybody needs some form of support, and obviously we are here to provide it. And let me see what our friends are saying. And that's so annoying that this chat is constantly jumping up. I don't have the continuity of what people are saying. I do apologize. And Sister Draco says, the only game I'll play when I was playing, I'm hoping to get a Series S at the end of the month. Yes, I highly recommend it. I mean, Series S and Series X are terrific consoles, and I think if you're looking at a huge value offered on a good price, it's the Series S. If you have a 4K or 8K TV and you want to have, when you play certain games, top-notch, next-gen 4K, 8K resolution, then Series X will be the better option. But it's a lot more expensive, doubles up in price. And if you're looking at PlayStation, PlayStation 5 will suffice any of those setups. And, you know, I mean, both are terrific. All three are fantastic consoles. And compared to computers, obviously easy to use. The only downside for anyone who is an avid collector of games and who has lots of games on drives, you know, the discs and physical format, is that the Series S doesn't have a physical drive. So that's the downside, and that's something you have to consider if you want to be playing the older games. But then at the on the other hand, if you have Xbox One, which does have the physical drive, then you'll be able to utilize on that through the use of the old console for the older games. And for the newer games, you can have just everything to digital download. But I can say I tested all three consoles on my system, and I'm just extremely happy. They're absolutely wonderful and provide fantastic quality picture and sound, and they will work perfectly for everyone. But they need to be looked after. Remember, if you're buying a new console, never ever leave it to be in an area where it can be overheated. They actually are very hot, they use a lot of power, and they have very fast processors. So it's very important that you keep those consoles in an area which is properly ventilated. And when properly ventilated, then you'll be able to utilize on the quality, and they will be lasting you for a very long while. I tell you, I've had Xbox and PlayStation consoles ever since the consoles launched, so that's since the mid-90s. I had never had a fault or breakdown of any of those in all these years. So this is almost like, what is it, 27 years. Never ever did one of those fail me. But obviously I looked after them, make sure they're properly ventilated, and heavy wear and tear in terms of the everyday use, but never ever had any of those failed me. So it does tell me that the way people handle some of the equipment, the way it's being kept, is also highly significant. So it's very important to remember that if you're purchasing a new one, because the new ones are very hot. Honestly, the Series S that I have gets extremely hot, but it's an area where it's fully ventilated. I've got a kind of a cabinet which is glass made, so it doesn't really absorb as much heat as it would had it been made of metal. Let me just see what other things our friends are saying. Just bear with me. Hopefully, Sister Dracos is saying, oh yeah, I got that now. Sister Dracos is asking if anyone is on PlayStation. I'm on PlayStation and Xbox. Yeah, both. And there's no problem with accessing anything really. Cross-platform works fine for Destiny, and the only problem I have, and I mentioned that to Sandman, and also the other viewers will know, they integrated this Twitch app recently with a major update into the Xbox toolbar, the menu. And ever since they've done it, they basically ruined something about the app, and it became very, very troubling with the audio. So although I have state-of-the-art setup and the best equipment, I can't presently stream on Xbox Series S before the company fixes the glitch, because the glitch is there, it's been widely reported, and it's very seriously interfering with any form of broadcasting. Nobody can stream off Xbox Series S or X through Twitch at the moment because of that glitch. The audio is beyond awful. It just, it's like talking in the wind. comes across as very loud and then very low and then keeps disappearing and different noises. It's really terrible. But everything else works fine. And Sandman says, if you guys play on Xbox, I'll either buy Destiny 1 or Destiny 2 depending on what everyone wants to play. I mean, Destiny 2 obviously it's cross-platform. Destiny 1 isn't. Destiny 1 is still single-platform based, but with Destiny 2 what you get is cross-platform access and cross-save. So whatever you do on Xbox or your PC can be imported instantly by yourself attaching your game and your console to the same account on all platforms, and you can just crack on, without any difficulty. So I know some people like starting from scratch and replaying the game by deleting one of the characters and then you start on a new character from the beginning. But cross-save works, cross-platform works, so I think from my point of view, if you want to really join the community, Destiny 2 is definitely the best bet. Obviously you can buy Destiny 1, but people coming onto the people coming to the game will obviously be platform bound. And Leaky says, yeah, I saw you on Twitch and instantly remembered you and the good times I had playing with you. Yeah, that's right, yeah. We've had plenty of fun, and you remember the channel always had been very community based, and we always sort of provided everything for our participants to be fully engaged. Sometimes we talked at length, at other times we played the game together. We had like a waiting list for people to step in, because sometimes there are like 10-15 people waiting to join us. And they have actually something very good on Stream Elements. It's an automated service to which the queue is managed, and it will be telling people what place in the queue that. I've not really tried it, I've seen it yesterday. I think it's really good, because for a busy stream where people want to be coming in to play strikes, let's say everyone playing like 2 or 3 strikes at a time, that bot or whatever that is will be of huge assistance. People will know exactly what the score is. So really great stuff, and I'll be definitely using it. I'm very glad that you remembered all we had in the past, and you'll remember some of our regulars as well. So thanks very much for bringing that to our attention, and for telling really all the other community members. So that's wonderful. And Sandman says, I'll be getting an Xbox at the end of the month, and Sestraco says, I have Series X. Well, Series X is a fantastic console, and it works perfectly on any setup. You just simply can't go wrong. But as I said, just make sure it's properly ventilated. That's very important, because people had complained about the heat, and we know with the previous consoles that sometimes they're overheating, then they would have various technical faults. So being properly, being positioned properly for the console to be properly ventilated, and that goes across the board for any console, and particularly for the latest ones, which obviously overheat, is extremely important. It's fundamental. And Rainmaker thanked Sister Dracos for following, so thank you for that. And also Stream Elements as well. We have this bot which is going to be thanking everybody who joins our community, so that's really wonderful. And Insulated Unit says, looks like we could get the raid crew together. Absolutely. There's never any problem with these various raid crews, because I get lots of invitations. But if you were, I think Leaky would have known that from the previous streams in the past. It's a community-based, community-focused channel, which means I didn't want to be pushing for the competitive elements of Destiny, such as the Crucible or the raids, because then the whole mindset of the gamers and participants and viewers changes. I don't want to push it towards the competitive end, but I will integrate the raids with our donations and the contributions for various charities that I will be supporting through the channel. And then every time we reach a milestone, so like 100, 200, 300 milestone, we will have first of all like a quiz on what people want to be doing, and what, for instance, type of armor I should wear, or what type of weapon I should use in a particular activity. And then when we reach a milestone, every single time, once it's reached, we will have a community-based activity. So for instance, I can tell you what the community-based activity I had set up for the current campaign, which is for Mind UK. So for instance, once we reach 100, we'll have a question on the poll saying, what Guardian shall I be in the Crucible tournament? But what we'll do is, as part of this milestone, once we reach the level 100, we'll get that session together. So it is going to be a proper community session together. And what I've got scheduled for that threshold is basically our Crucible community-based tournament. So the regular participants, the regular veterans, community members, and the people who are here come to the channel very frequently, they'll be able to come in and do a stream which is community-based in the Crucible, where we all kind of play against one another. So that's like an activity which is going to be offering thanks to the community members in view of the help provided for the fundraising. And then we reach 200, we'll have chronological Destiny 1 story missions replay, because the Destiny was delivered in a non-linear fashion, so chronologically we'll play it from the beginning to end, and then again we'll bring people in. It will be always the person who reached the milestone, but then all the other people will come in as well. Other participants, other contributors, other donors, we'll actually play it by ear. But that session, which is the milestone session, will be separate from the rest of the stream. So it'll be scheduled at a different time, where obviously the time is suitable for everyone, and it will be supporting the charitable donations and the campaign overall. So it's a new thing. We've done previously, various things on the channel, but it wasn't really as structured as it is today. It did take me a bit of time to pull the strings together to get it, to be as clear as this, but it's there. So for the level 3, or the other threshold, will be Why We Love Destiny community-based podcast. So to get everybody from the community to run a community-based podcast to talk about Destiny and all the fantastic times we've had here with our friends, with our participants, with members, with other people who we know outside of this forum, etc., etc. And then another one will be like Dungeons Grind. We'll have community members coming in. So every time we reach a milestone with our donations and charitable contributions, there will be a special session which is different to everything that we do here, supporting the effort. So I think that sounds good, doesn't it? Yeah, our friend Sandman says that Kreutzer and VOG will be definitely good fun. They absolutely are. They're really great raids, and be able to do them at any time. We'll have to plan for them, so we'll get the list of people together and then do them at a specific time. As I said, the difference between the regular streams and the community-based ones is purely in terms of the planning, because we want, first of all, as many people to be watching what we are doing once we are live. Second, it has to be at a time when people are not at work, so they can really participate, so probably later in the day, late afternoon, early evening times, not too late. And also we have a list of who's participating, so we'll get everything together, organize it, and it takes a bit of planning, but it all works out fine in the end. And Insulated says, says to Dracos, if you don't mind, I'll send you a friend request later today. Absolutely, please do. The idea behind the channel is to basically connect people from around the world to do things together. So everyone can just join hands and then do this, similar sort of activities through our passion for gaming. And in my case, also my passion for supporting the good causes. So do things together and supporting other people who are in the need. So it's three things, merging together. And what's important, as they said in many vidocs on Streamlabs and Tiltify, what's important when doing charitable fundraising campaigns and running Twitch channel and doing various other things is for everybody to have a lot of fun. So fun, enjoyment, and good entertainment with high quality content is the priority for everyone. That's absolutely number one priority, and that's what we do here. And Sister Draco says, I don't mind at all. In fact, I'm looking for friends to play Destiny with. Feel free to add Maximus Apex. Absolutely. Just exchange details. Follow, and add. One of the best ways of doing it is directly through Twitch, but I've seen that lots of our community members do not have tabs indicating whether they're on Facebook, on Twitter, on Discord, so they can obviously exchange details personally, and also through Twitch and here through this forum. So anytime I'm live, you can exchange details and just connect and make sure that you once you connect, get together outside of the stream time and play games. I've had quite a few times. I think our friend Leaky will remember this. Our friends in the past would come in and let's say come towards the end of the stream because of the time zone difference with the US, and because our stream usually between 12 and 4 and sometimes 10 to 3, but it's 12 to 4, 12 to 5. So anyone coming to our session, let's say between 3 and 4 or 2 and 4, and that would have been maybe 6 or 7, 8 o'clock in the morning in the US, would then carry on, playing the game with other participants as the stream ended. So it always was so good to see that the community just carried on, regardless really whether the stream was on or not. And Incident says, will do. And Incident is asking, Mr. Miller, what are your thoughts on the Season of the Deep? Well, I certainly can tell you that the Season of the Deep so far has been very exciting. All the new inclusions, such as diving and other activities, appear to be very novel, and I think have been appreciated and embraced by the community. It's too early days. I think it kicked off really well, so there've been no major complaints about the season. There were lots of complaints about Lightfall, which obviously was launched 3 months ago, and I could see why. I think there was a slight sense of disappointment about the types of characters they were presenting, the way this world looked like compared to the rest of Destiny worlds. But like with any online game, as we carry on and as the community members complain, the developer takes everything on board and then throws in other content which is kind of tailored to what the community members want. And that's really fundamental, I think, in any online game, Destiny in particular. So I would say for myself, I've not played the season that much. The reason for that is I spent the last month setting this up and testing the equipment and all that had to be done in order for this stream to work properly. So that's been the main thing, and therefore I've been sort of extracted from the actual enjoyment of going through Season of the Deep. But we are going to catch up after next week, and I'll be able to tell you more about it. It's still early days. It's about 2nd or 3rd week now, isn't it? And the missions that came in I thought were very good. What I particularly liked was with what's his name, the Drifter, the Gambit elements that were being brought in, and the activity that otherwise would have not been part of the season. I thought that looked really good, and I really like the concept, because if they keep tying in various activities with the story, and then the story being tied in with seasonal content, well, that will be perfect. But it does need time, effort, money, human resources. And generally I think Destiny has been just getting better and better over time, albeit there are certain loopholes that need to be worked on. Like for instance, later in the season, I think generally we've seen, certainly during last year, there have been some, lengthy grinds, a bit of a repetitive content, and that needs to be avoided by doing something that will be equally entertaining and enjoyable. I think if they carry on with this repetitive element, eventually people will depart. Particularly another game pops up like Starfield, for instance, that attracts many other new members, and there's the danger because Destiny's been around for a long while. On the other hand, Destiny does have that longevity. Destiny does have the community members which are similar to the original kind of Halo members, a stretch of about 20 years of Halo, and you still have the same people playing it, maybe not every day, but very frequently, and the community is still obviously being together. So it's two things really, whether you want to please everyone or whether you want to retain the content which is instantly recognizable and then bring people back to replay it. I mean, for instance, as I said earlier in this stream, I'm not that keen on the Crucible. I don't find it particularly entertaining, and I would have preferred the Crucible to have been similar to what you have in Call of Duty Warzone, which would be a big map with a lot of activity. So it's a wide area, so we need to cover, and then that degree of team effort, people needing to buy each other, to support the team effort, to work together to get to the very top 5. That would have been better. I don't enjoy these death matches as much. That's really. So I think the PvP in Destiny has got a huge scope for further development and further introductions. Excuse me for a moment. I just have to grab a drink because I'm losing my voice. I'll be back in a second. I'm back. Thanks for your patience. I talked quite a bit, and I didn't have my hot drink nearby, which meant my voice went, and I'm still, you know, I'm a bit rusty, I got to admit, because usually when you do your daily streams and regular broadcasting, you got everything set up 100%. Because obviously, for myself, the anxiety I have is about not working out as they should in this new setup. Technically, all the other things are just, you know, the regularity of the whole thing. You make a hot drink, you have a snack, you have some water, and all these things which are essential for lengthier broadcasting. Usually my broadcasts are between 4 to 5 hours long. We'll see how the community takes off and you know what happens, and we'll pitch it and tailor it accordingly. And also in terms of the actual hour when we do it, it's preferable that we do it always at the same time every single day. But then, you know, it depends on activity as well, because sometimes are not ideal for many of our participants, people who are working from 9 to 5. So for the community sessions, we'll always tailor them to the times which are suitable for everybody. So that's the main thing to keep in mind, different to what we had in the past. And our friends here are asking, Insulator said he had to go back to work, and he was saying, catch you all later. Well, thanks very much, Insulated, for joining us. Really appreciate it. Really great to see you, and thanks for joining our community. And Sandman said that he was on a phone, and Sister Dracos is having a question. I have a question for you. What games on Game Pass will you be playing? Well, the question is directed at Sandman, and Sandman's saying Redfall and Forza Horizon. Well, I actually talked about Redfall earlier today, and I talked about it also in my other test stream. How are you finding it, actually, Sandman? How are you finding Redfall? Because it's a game that caused a huge controversy and you know, huge discontent amongst the participants and people who are dedicated Xbox and Game Pass fans. And I think particularly for those people who are familiar with Arcane Studio games, they felt this was just literally a shot in the dark. Coming back to what our friend asked, says the Dracus, Game Pass is a wonderful, wonderful streaming setup for gaming and for anything games related. So there are so many different titles that can be explored, even if they're not well known. And Xbox and Microsoft are supporting independent studios and independent developers. So it's really so good to see that there are so many indie games in there which are not well known, that do not have any major marketing budget, but they're attracting that degree of interest. I said earlier in the stream that one of the best ways of doing it is by either using a multitude of different types of apps and platforms that Xbox offers. For instance, the Microsoft Rewards platform is very good for checking out new games. You check out different trailers and you accrue the reward points, and then you can use these reward points for your, well, you can redeem it for various things that include gift cards and your regular Game Pass subscription. And if you do it consistently in a fashion which is structured, that integrates your Bing search or Bing app on your phone, you will be able to accrue 12,000 quite quickly and then claim it as your freebie for your Game Pass. So recently I've not paid for my Game Pass subscription for several months because every month I collected more than 12,000 points. But the only way you can do that is if you integrate the Game Pass, the rewards points with your overall activity. So it's not just on the app; it's searching on Bing. It is doing the achievements on the Xbox. So all of that ties in perfectly, and it's really good. Coming back to the Game Pass, I really like the idea of them offering AAA titles together with lots of obscure indie games, and also they bought lots of indie studios to work for the corporation, Xbox Game Studios basically, and some of those games are really wonderful. You really discover something extraordinary that you never heard of, and what I like about them is that generally lots of these indie games are not very lengthy, so they'll come in the category of maybe playability 10, 20, 25 hours maximum, and you can always easily combine those with your shooters such as PvP, the likes of Warzone and Apex, because obviously those you play just in sections, and then the big AAAs. So for myself, I have always, well, generally I kind of tend to play the story-driven games with some degree of consistency, so I don't actually lose threads, and so I'll play this game from beginning to end, bit by bit, and then I'll have that's usually a AAA blockbuster, one of those. Then I'll have a shooter like Apex or Warzone, and then maybe a small indie game on the side, and that's it. That's plenty. That's plenty, as much as I can digest, and you will have never ever shortage of those titles on Xbox Game Pass. But PlayStation Plus services have been significantly improved, and what they offer is, I would say, equally good. It's a great variety. On PlayStation Plus services, you get Ubisoft fully integrated with the top AAA blockbusters integrated and playable on your monthly subscription price, which is not the case with the heavy of Ubisoft on Xbox. They have integrated EA Play, but Ubisoft Plus you need to pay for, and it costs, like, in Britain I think it costs about, I think it's about £14 or something like that, £14-15 per month, which I think is excessive on top of the regular subscription. So if you ask me, says the Dracos, what games on Xbox Game Pass I'm playing at the moment, Redfall I've looked at on day one. I played it for a bit, and I have to say, very disappointed, because this game has huge potential, and it failed because it does come across as a pre-beta game, the game that's not finished, and it also feels like a game where you had 4 or 5 teams working on various segments, and then they decided to depart, leaving it unfinished. So that's really unsatisfactory. Secondly, what really pains me is the lack of effort put into the concept of the game, because this game wants to be similar to Fallout, where you are talking to many different characters and building different type of decision making according to the dialogue. The vast majority, 95% of the characters, will have tag talk attached to the presence, and when you talk to them they'll say something like, hello, hi. That's no dialogue, it's just completely ridiculous. So as they carry on, they probably will be adding the content, making it a lot better, and a game with huge potential, fantastic graphics, beautiful city, beautifully designed, but with activities that don't seem to be properly connected. So for me, very disappointing. I mean, definitely, preloaded it, played it day one, but I've just looked at it right at the beginning and I said, I'll just wait for a while until they improve the game somewhat. Forza is a fantastic game. I mean, Forza 4, Forza 5, anyone who wants to get to know Britain And if you want to be driving everywhere, it's the previous Forza, and it is incredible. It just really, the graphics, the quality, the placidity of the tool, absolutely, truly wonderful. I love it, and highly recommend it to everyone. Even if you're not a driver, if you don't like driving games, it's all about that environment. I actually I've looked at Forza recently for the latest one, because they wanted an achievement to be completed in order to progress with the rewards points. And then I've done the tutorial where you keep getting those vehicles that are dropped off various parts of Mexico, and it just looks beautiful. Even if you hate driving, just the environment, the graphics are just so mouth-watering. You can do them at any time. So Forza is definitely, I think the Game Pass heavies, you know, like Gears of War, for instance, series. Then you have Gears 5, Series X and S. It's just incredible. It's beautifully delivered, and highly replayable, and just a wonderful, again, the game that didn't receive that much of support from the community, because they were trying to integrate the open world system, but I just love it because of that. You really see how beautiful it is when you walk around and explore these areas with the lead protagonist. So for me, I think if you're looking at exploring the Game Pass, you always look at some of the heavies. Mass Effect Legendary Edition, absolutely incredible. It's one of the best games ever created. Then you'll have Bethesda games, such as Oblivion, Elder Scrolls, and all the other ones, Fallout as well. The list just goes on, and you can combine some of the heavyweights with some of the indie games, and that's the best thing to do. I'm annoyed and disappointed that what's been said about Destiny and Bungie had not actually stayed the same. If you recall, Xbox had a serious issue with the launch of Halo Infinite, and they wanted the new console to come out almost near the 20-year anniversary, and then get aligned to the Halo Infinite, the new chapter in the saga. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, they had to delay the game, to release the game for 1 year, and then Destiny and Bungie stepped in. So Bungie stepped in order to tie in Beyond Light, the new chapter of Destiny, to the launch of the console. And the way it looked at the time was that Destiny was going to stay with the Game Pass, all the content will be included, and that's the new partnership that's going to be cast in stone. And unfortunately, it turned out to be something else. After about a year, or was it about a year exactly, Destiny was no longer part of Game Pass, and also that content disappeared. So, for instance, I was playing everything on Game Pass with all content fully included. Then first, I lost the content, which obviously would have been delivered on Game Pass. And secondly, they began to vault the content. So it just literally went down by, 60-70%, with obviously the new stuff being introduced. So I wasn't really happy with this. And you could see that they also had gone into a new business agreement with PlayStation, Bungie that is, and Destiny is now privy to PlayStation. But they're having also special offers on various things that come together through the store. And I don't know how long this is going to survive there either, because Bungie are very powerful, they are a very successful independent developer and publisher, and then they'll be looking for these partnerships in order to get by, up to a point where they feel it's no longer of assistance. So we have to see. But I'm disappointed that what's been said initially about Destiny being aligned to the Game Pass had evaporated. I didn't expect that. I thought there could be some changes, but we're going to be there forever. That's exactly how it's going to be. And it just seemed like a plan that didn't work for some reason. Maybe because everyone being able to access Destiny through the Game Pass then was not purchasing as much. That's a possibility. And then that obviously would be affecting the sales and the costs and the usual. And our friend here says, I'm willing to give anything a go, like Elder Scrolls as well. Absolutely. Oblivion, Morrowind, Skyrim. Remember that. We'll go from the beginning. Did Morrowind first, Oblivion, and then Skyrim. These are significantly different to what you have with Elder Scrolls Online. But if you played those three, you migrated to the Elder Scrolls Online, I guess you'd love it again. Huge games, and with a fantastic, very dedicated community of gamers and followers. People who love and play Elder Scrolls are very similar to what we have here in Destiny. I guess that community is not having as many competitive gamers for the obvious reason. Had I not gone down the route of Destiny, I would have gone, obviously, to Bethesda Masterpiece, because I thought it was like taking a decision initially when I decided to set up a channel, try to find a game which would be the best for community-based activities. And once I had a short list, there were actually several games there, but it came down to those two, like Elder Scrolls series, actually Elder Scrolls Online more than anything else, and Destiny. And then I decided Destiny seemed for me better because it did have certain elements which I thought were more suited to the everyday streaming, to the everyday activities here live on Twitch. And obviously it turned out to be exactly that. So it was really a very good choice. But going back in time and playing Morrowind first, which is remastered, looks absolutely spectacular compared to the old, then Oblivion and Skyrim, they look incredible. And I've got to say, Skyrim is much superior today on the special edition, the Ultimate Edition, that you can access through the Game Pass, compared to the original. And what's particularly good, and remember this, what's particularly good about Skyrim is all the PC-based mods are included in that special edition. So for instance, I included the characters and the elements that were previously not possible and not visible. And in fact, what was interesting, the adult element of certain characters, the ladies and that sort of thing, was also fully present, and the game looked and felt very, very different. So it's very interesting how they tweaked the whole selection of community-based content into the mainstream game, and then you can also access it not just on a PC but also on any console. I think that's really amazing, and I just love the idea, and it's a wonderful game. So you can't go wrong. If you go to Skyrim, simply you love it, and if you go to Elder Scrolls Online, you build your own community of friends and gamers immediately, because you walk and the people will constantly try to approach you. I didn't have that experience in Destiny, I've got to say. I didn't have the same sort of thing where I would be getting people to talk to me wherever I was, like walking around and somebody come and talk to me. And in Elder Scrolls that happens all the time. So it's a very community-based, very engaging type of online game that definitely is full of optimism and positivity and good spirits, and kind of joint effort type of game. And Sadman says, I'm willing to give anything go like Elder Scrolls as well. And Sister Draco says, oh nice, I need to check out Atomic Heart and Elder Scrolls myself. Well, coming back to Atomic Heart, what I can tell you is Atomic Heart is a game that looks beautiful, but it's poorly written. And I was disappointed. I watched trailers and a few other things in advance, and I thought they were really very good. They're very exciting, and the idea of venturing into sort of old Soviet type of state where things have gone seriously wrong, and then fighting different battles that resembled to a degree, from what I've seen at the time, Half-Life, was exciting. But I couldn't believe how poorly written this game was. The dialogue is appalling. It's a bit like if you've written it in one language and you use Google Translate, to kind of adapt it. And obviously phrases that we use in England are not going to be applicable if you are in some other country. They'll say apples and pears. People will not know actually what this means. Cats and dogs, for instance. When you translate on Google, it'll give you the direct translation that actually will mean something else. And that's the way this game comes across. So it's again slightly disappointing, but on the other hand, the game performed extremely well as a shooter. It had huge number of followers, and it did much better as it's been released through the Game Pass than what it could have done otherwise. So I recommend it. Definitely just jump in, have a look, and see whether they like it. And I like the game, but I think that the game could have delivered a lot more had there been more attention paid to the dialogue, because the dialogue in that sort of game, that has some elements of Fallout is very, very important. And Cesar Draco was asking if Elder Scrolls Online is crossplay. I've not actually gone in recently, but I think it is. I think they talked a little while back about it, and I'd be surprised if it wasn't. I'll have a look actually and double check, and I'm 9% sure because I remember playing it on Xbox and on PlayStation about 5 years ago. Well, at that time the game was still fairly new, before they introduced all the big DLCs and the regular chapters. And at that time it wasn't. It was platform specific, but I think that changed since. I'll double check and investigate. It's funny because obviously I should know, but I simply don't. I've not tried it, so I'm not certain. Sandman says used to play the Scrolls on PA4 and it wasn't crossplay. Yeah, that's exactly how it was with me. It was not crossplay at the time, but I think they changed. The vast majority of those online games are now crossplay. PUBG, Apex, Destiny. The only thing they do not have is cross-save. So it's cross-play, but it's not cross-save. And a lot of people, get mixed up with the term. Cross-play means that the players from different platforms can enter the arena and compete against one another. Cross-save is what you save as your own achievements and whatever you did within a particular game, and you import or export that to another platform. So for instance, it's ridiculous that with Apex, I've got it on Xbox and PlayStation, and they're not compatible because I go to Xbox, I need to start from scratch because I mainly played Apex on my PlayStation. It's just ridiculous. And I looked it up, and the developer said we are very happy to provide crossplay, right? So cross-platform access. But we are never going to be doing cross-save. So it's purely monetary reason. They don't want people to be, if you are a huge fan of Apex, you play the PlayStation, you buy a new Xbox, you will have to be buying then stuff for. You have to buy the Xbox version of the game, and you have to start from scratch. I find that unacceptable, considering how things are today. That's certainly my position. And Sandman says, yeah, I like the new Halo multiplayer. And Cestrax says, I like to play shooters like Destiny and Battlefield. I'm trying to get more into single-player games like Spider-Man or God of War. I can tell you that these games are significantly different, because with the games like God of War or Mass Effect, for instance, you get a different sort of enjoyment from being involved with characters, approaching the dialogue, taking decisions. With the multiplayer, it's about the joint group effort, and that's where the significant difference is. I mean, I like either of the systems, and sometimes I just spend quite a bit of time enjoying the dialogue, the scenery in a single-player game. With the multiplayer, there's always this pressure, there's always this element that you need to do together with others, and the activities are created in order to be completed with other people. So it's slightly different emphasis, it's a different style of play, but either of them can be equally enjoyable depending on what one feels like, really. And Draco says, Halo is awesome, I played it on my new TV, it looks great and runs great. Yeah, the Master Chief Collection is incredible. If you played the original Combat Evolved, then you would have realized that just by clicking on the option button on your controller, you can switch at any game from the newly remastered, like state-of-the-art, next-gen type of image to the old gen from Xbox Original. Have you tried it? I can't believe that lots of people who played it originally do not want to play the new version. So they just click on the options and they bring it back to the old. I find that bizarre because there's hardly any background, and it's but anyway, there's just people who enjoyed playing the game 21 years ago now, and just loved it. But I agree with you. The Master Chief Collection, remastered and tailored for X and S consoles, is incredible. and the whole pack, with the content in there is just literally thousands of hours of gameplay, if you include the multiplayer and all else that is on offer. It's just incredible. And don't forget, Destiny is really a logical extension of Halo, because Bungie created Halo and then they parted, given it to other companies. And Destiny was very much initially seen as a project that would combine the elements of Halo with Mass Effect. It was a similar sort of thing, but they thought the shooter element and the PvP should be more prevalent than the dialogue and the decision making stroke decision taking. So therefore they introduced this kind of non-linear campaign gameplay, which really worked out quite well in Destiny 1. Initially it was a frosty reception, but then after the Taken King, when they began to integrate the full storyline, things began to make sense, and then the Destiny really kind of flourished. But the idea was having Halo meeting Mass Effect. They didn't want the game to look either like one of those games, and it turned out to be really a very successful combination of the two, with references and the style of gameplay, and I think most importantly with the concept. Simon says the campaign is co-op now, and I think on Halo. And says Draco says, I like how you take gaming as a chill hobby. I don't take it that seriously either, and just play it for fun. Absolutely. Gaming has got to be a form of activity or a sort of exercise that is just going to be relieving us of everyday ills. So we are just divorced from the bills, the cost of living, the trouble at work, issues within the family, money, whatever, and just literally relax and enjoy the activity, entering that fantasy world, and just relaxing, enjoying, and then after that having a good night's sleep. That's the key. That's the bottom line. A lot of people misunderstand video gaming because they keep thinking of the competitive elements, that they keep thinking of monetization, the various things being sold as cosmetics and all sorts. That's not why the games have been created. And if you are looking at the real stats, less than 5%, that's less than 5% of the overall gamers from the world play these games for the competitive reasons or as competitive gamers. Less than 5%. Obviously, you'll have other people who are quite competitive in their character, but they're not playing it because they just want to be winning and taking scores. Right? That's extraordinary when you consider. Only 5%. Considering we have 4 billion people playing video games, 5% is quite a large number. And in some games, you'll come across some of those guys more or less, I wouldn't say immediately, but quite frequently. It doesn't mean if somebody's a competitive gamer that he's also unpleasant or inconsiderate. It's quite the opposite. It's just the people who are nasty, in their character that come across as very abrasive and unpleasant towards others. So, let me see. Yeah, Sandman says also too many gamers take gaming too seriously. I think that's completely wrong. Gaming, if you're looking at the production and the teams involved, is a very serious business. It does require a lot of time and effort, and it's very difficult to create games like Elder Scrolls or Destiny within these online forums. But and that's a serious business. But everybody who's involved in the production of these games is having a lot of fun by creating the characters, creating the activities, and also playing the game at the same time. So, if there's no fun, then there's no life. It's as simple as that. And I think the games have got to be approached from that angle. I just said earlier that I find the online gaming and the gaming communities, particularly on Twitch and YouTube, as well as other, across other social networking platforms, to be a fantastic activity that can definitely provide many other aspects of everyday life, particularly in terms of raising the awareness for certain causes, the good causes, the important causes which are affecting everyone in our community, because it's so easy to connect with others. We like playing a certain game, we have a like-minded interest, we like video gaming, and then coming to this forum, connecting with others, you are simply making those bonds real. And I mean, I've spent quite a bit of time doing PvE and PvP games and working online forums and being also with Twitch and you know, being present here in my live streams. It is incredible how well you can get to know people if they're your regulars every single day within the same forum. It is incredible. You will get to know them better compared to those who you work with. It's incredible. And those you work with, you see every single day. You will know a lot less about them than those guys who do the gaming with you every single day. It's incredible. So it's simply a huge opportunity for all of us to use the forums for something which is good and proper. You know, that's the way I see it. Insulated says, the Dracus, well, you said you were an Xbox. Yeah, well, you know, no big deal. Nathan is in here as well. Hello, how are you doing? Thanks very much for joining us, Nathan. Dracus says, no, I'm on PlayStation. Let me try adding you. Nathan is asking, how are you? And Simon says, I don't have a console until the end of the month, so I'll do Redfall. Yeah, I mean, Redfall is a very enjoyable shooter, without a doubt. You have this... it's got some elements that reminded me of Ghostwire, you know, because you need to use the special skills when you are eliminating the vampires, and you need to sort of destroy them, and then it's just like you pull out the heart, or whatever is in the middle of them. And they also have a weapon which is very powerful, that is going to be making it easier for you to eliminate like some of the vampire bosses. Definitely a very interesting game, and I think it will get better with time because it's not really delivered on the day one. I don't think the game will fail or disappear, but there's a lot more work to be done on it. So one can obviously try it and then maybe come back to it at a later stage. That's certainly my take on it. But I enjoyed some of the activities, and I have to say I find the way they designed the town and the immediate surroundings to be second to none. It's like a beautiful town with lots of different buildings and plenty of places to go. But there isn't that much to do as yet in Redfall, you know? That's the trouble. I don't mean in terms of the tasks are considerable, but when you walk, you know, you walk and walk and walk. It's the same complaint to what they had about Mass Effect Andromeda. All the driving through the desolate wasteland, and there's little to do. You just keep driving and driving and driving. It feels a bit like that. Obviously, I wasn't driving in Redfall, but you know, I walked. And Insulator says, JL's DT Texas is my PS tag. And Nathan is asking, which mission are you going to do? And Sister Dracus added Insulated. And Salmon's asking, you guys on Xbox or PlayStation? And Insulated says, yeah, I'll be on in a couple of hours. Obviously, Insulated is still busy at work or so. And Sister Dracus says, I have both. And Sandman says, nice. And Sister Dracus says, do you have anything to play now on Sandman? And Sister Dracus says, I have all the consoles. And so that's really cool. And Sister Dracus says, I just don't understand Redfall. The developers are talented and made good games before. What happened? Well, I can tell you what happened. It's huge pressure from the shareholders. Arcane belongs now to the Xbox Game Studios, and there was huge pressure. It's very similar to what you had with CD Red and with Fallout 76. The investors want the targets to be met. So it was quite incredible that Halo Infinite got delayed for 1 year. The investors don't want to see this because with gaming, the capital is up front, so there's no sales at all, and it's huge capital. The game costs like $250–300 million. And they want money to be coming in, and I think sometimes it's a step too far because these games are extremely complex. It's very hard and very difficult in every way imaginable to create a game like, for instance, Destiny, and to be trying to push that is massively endangering the investment. So when you're asking what happened to it, they were doing it in good faith, they were taking the time, and they were still probably wanting to work on it for at least a year. They pushed to release the game as soon as possible. So I really wondered what happened and what went wrong. So if you're interested, there is this big interview with Phil Spencer within the week of the release where he was being grilled on as to what happened, what failed with Redfall. And he basically took it on the chin he said he was personally responsible for everything that went wrong. So they asked him, "Oh, how come? What could he have done?" He said, "I and my team should have been watching the way the game is going every step of the way, but we've not done some of that. We've not been kind of monitoring the game, particularly during the last segment before the release, which is quite astonishing considering the marketing budget, considering all that's been said about the game, during the previous year or so, or a couple of years, in fact." And he said that basically, in view of the poor reception, they will be reassessing the way they sort of work with these companies that are obviously part of the umbrella group. But he said the problem was with Xbox. I don't really buy that in full. I think that's unlikely. They had certainly some ideas on what the game was doing and what how far they got, but I think the pressure from the investors, that's my assumption. I mean, obviously, it's not cast in stone, but that's my assumption. The investors wanted the game to be released, and therefore they had to do it, and therefore everything backfired. The danger, there weren't that many glitches. The game wasn't crashing. The game wasn't losing the scores or your achievements or anything like that. But it had some minor glitches, like the characters that appear to be somewhere, and then you can't find them, and you need to find them in order to progress forward in the mission. And it's just, when you reboot, they obviously disappear. I've had that problem 2 or 3 times. Could have been resolved by now, because it's a sort of technical issue that they'd be tackling head on after the game is released. But it's just the concept. The concept is of a game that's similar to Fallout, right? So it's an apocalyptic situation in a small town of America, which had caused the vampires to spring up. And you got the lead character. In fact, you can choose in between 4 characters who you play, and they have different abilities and everything. So the scope for exploration, for the decision taking, for the dialogue, for the story is immense. But what did upset me the most was there's no cutscenes. Instead of cutscenes, they chucked in some sorts of graphics that resemble storyboards. So you have a narrator with storyboards chucked in instead of the cutscenes. That is just completely unacceptable. This looks like literally 1990s style of gaming, and that's it's not a retro game. Don't forget, this is a game that needs to be state of the art, next gen game, and it's completely wrong. And Simon says, I haven't played really games in about 6 months, so I don't really know what's going on in gaming. Well, I can tell you, the best thing you can do is, in order to catch up, is simply to go to Xbox YouTube channel, and they have first of all a lot of trailers and a lot of content which is related to many different releases. So that's a very good way through which you can catch up with all the news in a fashion which is enjoyable. You can obviously skip some of the trailers for the games you're not interested in. The other, I'd say probably even a better way of getting to know is by going to the Xbox regular podcast done by Jeff Rubinstein and Larry Hryb. They run it every week. Well, that is a superb kind of radio show with the two of them and some guests and some other presenters in which to talk about everything gaming related. So most of the times they will talk about gaming overall, and then they'll try to kind of siphon off some of the topics directly onto the Xbox. But it's a fantastic podcast on everything new that's happening in the gaming industry, with the best guests, the top-notch executives coming in and talking about the latest products and the project they work on. So really good, and that's my a must every single week. I'm always listening to the regular podcasts coming from them because it's always exciting. It's very interesting, very laid back, very enjoyable, very low key, and they give you the pointers, the direction. Because I've learned about some games in there that I was not excited about, and then Jeff kind of really warmed me up to Yakuza, because I was interested but not really hot on Yakuza, but he just kept talking about Yakuza all the time. There's a new installment, there's a new bit here, there's a new remastered version, there's this game. He talked a lot about the gameplay, the way this game is just so incredible. And you know, I caved in, went in, had a look, and the game is incredible. So personally thanked him, and he got in touch. He said, "I'm so glad to see that I agreed with his recommendations and everything." So yeah, a very, very good podcast, and I'd say a top-notch show for everyone or anyone who wants to get to know what's actually happening in the industry. So I most highly recommend it. And Sister Draco says, you probably have that game itch that you need to scratch. The Series S will make you get back into it. And Simon says, of course. And Sister Draco says, Daniel, I really like the Mass Effect trilogy. Well, for all of the people who are regulars, they will tell you Mass Effect trilogy, and particularly the Legendary Edition, is my favorite game of all times. It is simply incredible. It is unbelievable that this company, BioWare, were able to accomplish that sort of achievement at that time. It's incredible. And take your pick, Mass Effect 1, 2 or 3. Most people will agree that Mass Effect 2, the sequel, had been the most complex with the greatest content, the greatest volume of the content. I think I would probably side with them. I think the quantity of activities in Mass Effect 2 will be hardly surpassed by any game in history. It's possible, but you know, depending on the tech. I find it unbelievable that at that time, in the late noughties, they were able to do that sort of game, which looks, feels so complex and yet so easy to play. You know, and you can replay it as a female shepherd, as a male shepherd. You can play it as a diplomatic, quiet type, as a soldier, as abrasive, and every single time you get something else chucked in, which alters part of the content. Infinite number of different solutions in certain situations, romancing different partners. You know, it's just, and visually, it's mouth-watering. I played Legendary recently, and I played it for almost a year, and I completed everything. I think still have some achievements which need to be fulfilled, but you know, the very main bulk. I know I completed absolutely everything, every single thing in Mass Effect 1 and 2. I have some side missions left in the third installment, because they required, you know, just literally flying to different systems and then scanning and looking for different things which are not, they're not story based, you know, or they're story based. They, how to put it, they're a bit like loosely connected to the rest of the activity. So I've got actually a number of those. Still have to complete it. Otherwise, everything else was completed, and it's probably one of the best gaming experiences of my life. What I like about it is you can play it every single day for a couple of hours, and you can just leave feeling kind of quite at peace with yourself, really fulfilled. You completed certain tasks. Very easy to leave the game. You know, the tasks are not necessarily easy to complete, but once you completed them, you think, oh, okay, this chapter's not finished. We'll do another one tomorrow. I really like the approach. You know, really, really good stuff. And Sandman says, I can't wait to play Destiny 2 again. And Sister Draco says, what are you most excited to do in Destiny 2? I just want to try my first raid, but I'm kind of intimidated. I think it's hard to tell, you know, Sister Dracos, because with the quantity of content that Destiny 2 offers, and that includes story-based missions and PvE, as well as what you get with the seasons. It's just down to personal preference and choice. Some people do raids every single week on Fridays and Saturdays. Others will do Gambit. A lot will just play the Crucible all the time. Some people love exotic quests. Others will go down the route of doing something else, you know, Gambit or it's just like a question of personal preference. I think generally I'm very excited personally about the way they're connecting the story with the overall activity, and if Destiny carries on for the next 10 years, then we'll have a much more cohesive entity where story could be accessed in a linear fashion, and where it'll be easier for us to understand you know, what race, what species are fighting the others as enemies at what time. And the problem with the first game for me was the oversaturation, like too many characters, too many names, all told by our ghost, and it was very hard to follow. So In fact, we had a series of streams to which we as a community were doing a linear gameplay, the story missions as they should be done chronologically. We thought we are going to be able to learn everything. Actually, we were more baffled at the end than otherwise. But our friend from Finland, Sekapupu, who's a dedicated member of this community from day one, he said the best way he learned about everything Destiny related was by completing lore. So he completed everything as much as he could from the lore, and then he read the book. The book told him what was actually going on, and he has photographic memories. He was able to tell things. So I mean, that's the solution. If you are confused about the story. And Sandman says, I'm looking forward to doing the story from the start. Hopefully farm the VOG raid for the decent gear. Well, there is a problem in there, my friends. They had vaulted a lot of the content, so there are huge chunks of the story missing. And what was surprising the other day, if you watched the trailer for the next installment of Destiny, you had Cade. Like, Cade was killed in Forsaken, right? So he's been brought back, and the question is, well, how is this possible? What happened? How is he going to be brought back? So it may be that they will be throwing in some of the old content in due course, because don't forget, within a period of 5 years, the space that is required on the servers becomes less of an issue, because obviously the technology advances and they move on. That's the main reason, and forward to it. But for me, the most exciting part of Destiny is the way they're kind of doing the works at the moment, trying to really blend in the story with all you do there, so that picking up certain weapon or doing certain activity has that significance because it's tied in with the story. Oh, this weapon actually brings us back to the Cosmodrome, the beginning of the game. Oh, this piece of armor brings us back to, whatever, the Altars of Sorrow in Shadowkeep, or brings us back to Beyond Light, to Barracks. It's just that sort of thing. Interconnectivity is important, and I think that's the next step in online gaming. That's the way I see it. In the same way as they integrated charitable fundraising with those playful elements, with cheers, bits, streams, what do you call it? With all different types of elements that are being brought in order to make the whole forum as interactive as possible and to be fully connected. And I think that's the future, the way I see it. And Sestrak was asking about VOG. VOG is an abbreviation for Vault of Glass, which is a very good raid in Destiny 1, now also in Destiny 2, easily accessible. And Sandman says, yeah, I know most encounters on VOG. And Sandman says, just the end encounter where you go into Venus and Mars can be confusing at times. And Zestraka says, I'll have to look at a YouTube video of a raid before I do it. Yeah, that's a very good idea. That's a very good idea, and it's a good way of getting to know what needs to be done. And also, if you are doing the raid for the first time, it's the best to do it with some other people, like a mixture. You'll have like 3 or 4 veterans, and you have like 1 or 2 who are newbies. The veterans will know exactly what to do, and the newbies will be getting to know about the overall activity. It's not a very good idea to be just like a 1 newbie with 5 other guys who are veterans. If they want you to be, if they invite you because they've got a man down or something, that's a different story. But generally, it's always the best thing to do, to have like half and half, because then it becomes really a kind of a training stroke learning experience. And watching it on a video will give you some clues, but actually doing it will be by far the best. Having some tips and some clues obviously will help. And our friend says, honestly, I just come in and have fun. There is no rush in completing it. Absolutely. And Sandman's asking, have you done Galahorn quest? Says Dracos. Well, Galahorn is a very powerful rocket launcher, and certainly a must for everyone who plays either of the games, the sequel or the original. And together with like Dark Drinker and Sleepy Simulant, these are like top weapons which will make it much easier to complete the raids in particular. And it says Draco says, I haven't got the Gallahorn. And says Draco says, I got a couple of other exotic weapons. And Sedna says, it's not really about getting things right your first time doing a raid. It's all about learning and practicing that raid until you get good at it and then try a different raid. Absolutely. I remember when I've done my first raid, I was resisting raids because of that competitive element, which I thought was contrasting what we do here on the channel. I was actually invited by an experienced group of raiders. It was a clan from the US. I think they were from Miami. And they really wanted me to come in and watch my streams for a while and all this. And they taught me what to do. So I recorded the raid, and I've got it still on my channel. So if you guys are interested, you can just have a look at it, and you can see how a newbie like myself at the time was being helped by those very experienced veterans. It was a really great team of gamers who were very amicable, friendly, non-competitive, all-inclusive, yet interested in doing it right. So I've got that on my highlights. It's on the channel. It's about 5 years old. It was right at the beginning when I began streaming here on Twitch, and these guys were just absolute tip-top. It's actually a good way of learning. If you watch that raid, which had been obviously recorded, it's on playback, you will get a good idea of what the participants need to be like when you're new. I think that's why I left it in there. For anyone who's new, they need to be part of that sort of team, not of a team that's going to be bossy, unpleasant, abrasive, and all of that. Raids are fun, and they can be run in lots of different ways. So that's. And Senna says, when I get Xbox and Destiny 2, we'll try exotic quests and stuff. Well, there are lots of exotic quests on Destiny, in Destiny 2, so it's plenty to choose from. And don't forget, you can always get some of those weapons from the past the quest section. There's a way for which you can rework some of those, and it's really good fun. And also, I want to stress one thing: any exotic quest is a team-based activity. Don't grind it by yourself. Always get other people, and make sure that they're working fully as a team. Then it becomes really enjoyable, and you learn, particularly when you're doing it with people who already acquired certain weapons, gone to certain activities, and then eventually you can train others, So it's like a past experience sort of activity, and always very enjoyable. And Sestraka says, yeah, I keep this in mind, practice is very important. And Sestraka says, Sandman can ask you if you have Discord. Sandman says, yeah, at the end of the day, when I mess up in a raid, I just laugh. It's all about fun. Absolutely. That's most important. Having fun when you do gaming is most important. We had, God knows how many sessions of a Warzone, and we all laughed at the times when we got eliminated, or somebody was a bit careless, and it was just absolutely fantastic fun. Contrasting those guys who are just doing it for the scores. If you come into a crowd that's got many people who are after the scores, just depart straight away. It's not worth it. It becomes really very unpleasant. It reminds me of soccer hooliganism, something that we always wanted to avoid, yet we always get a few of these guys who cause trouble at, It's that sort of attitude. Not worth it. The games like Warzone are so enjoyable when you do them with your regulars, with your regiment, with your team, the same people fully on board, where you're doing it in order to have a lot of entertainment and a lot of fun. And you are always going to be having it if you have a good team on board. Seben says, I don't have Discord, but I'm on Twitch, so just send me a whisper. And Sestrak was asking why Sandman was taking a 6-month break from gaming. And Sandman said, well, I just needed a break, and I was on the last gen console, and that itself was I wasn't really enjoying the gaming. So we have Little Big Planet Boy saying hello. Hello, Little Big Planet. How are you doing? Very good to see you. And Little Big Planet was asking about Destiny, and we all agreed that we all play Destiny, and he was asking about Xbox or PlayStation. We said, yep, we play it on all platforms. And Sandman says, when I get a Series S, I'll be playing Destiny 2. And Little Big Planet says, nice, nice. So, yep, Sesrak is saying, yes, Mass Effect is that good. I like Mass Effect 2 the best. Well, we share the same view. I think for myself, when I played the original trilogy, it was Mass Effect 2 that really grabbed me the most and spent most of my time really trying to complete all the tasks. And to be fair, if you had completed the original trilogy and then you played the Legendary, you'll see that the Legendary is a lot smoother. There are no crashes, no glitches, no problems. Everything is as it should be. In addition to marvelously remastered graphics, fantastic dialogue, absolutely incredible sound quality. You know, it's just one of the most enjoyable video games ever created and ever produced. And I played the Legendary once, completed, as I said, everything except still a few side missions on the Mass Effect 3, and I will be absolutely looking forward to rejoin. I played as a Mel Shepherd with the standard appearance and everything, but every time I replay the trilogy on Legendary, I'll be doing a different character, and I'll play it differently just to see what sort of decision making, what types of outcomes I'm going to be getting. And very curious about that. Very curious to see, because I've not played Female Shepherd at all, what this would be like, you know, particularly with romancing of the characters, how this would work out. And also in terms of the actual decision making, because I think the female character may take some decisions differently, and therefore the outcome could be, you know, affecting the final mission. And yeah, so really absolutely incredible. And if one is to be playing Mass Effect for the first time, I would say do the Legendary Edition first, complete everything, and then try the old, and then you see the difference. Still, one and the other are just truly remarkable. And Sandman says, what platform are you on? Big Planet Boy. And he said, Sestradaco says, I get burnt out sometimes, too I need a break. Sandman says, yeah, that can happen. And Sestradaco says, it was a pleasure chatting and meeting you. I have to go. Take care, you guys. Bye. And we also saying, take care. Thanks very much for joining us. I want to say thank you so much, Sestradaco, for joining our community and for being a new member of our participants, our group participants here on the channel. Thank you so much for spending your time and discussing things with us. It's been absolutely, truly enjoyable. And as you can see, my beta stream is turning out to be a proper community event. So I'm very, very happy that you guys popped in. I do see that lots of people were coming and going. So we had quite a number of viewers in the course of the last 5 hours. And that makes really the beta test so successful. And it's all down to the community. I keep saying this to everyone. Twitch, streaming, and work, the video gaming live is all about the community effort. Everything else is just completely secondary. And you see sometimes people playing games and not saying anything and just being focused on shooting or collecting scores. It's just not the way to do it. And if you go and visit Just Chatting on Twitch, you will see many people in there who actually create wonderful streams, highly interactive, very engaging, out of nothing. They just sit in a room, they talk to the people, they respond. Conversations like you would have elsewhere. The difference here is they have a setup for which they can be chucking in memes, you know, showing videos, doing various other things. And it becomes like a fantastically entertaining afternoon of all sorts of puns, jokes, wonderful, enlightening activities. And at the end of it all, everybody, you know, walks away feeling very happy. And that's exactly what streaming should be. And Sandman says to Sister Jackas, it was a pleasure meeting you. And Sandman says, I'm also looking forward to Cayde coming back. I used to like the Leviathan raid. Yeah, sure. Well, I don't know really what Cayde is going to be doing, to be honest with you. I'm really quite curious. It's all sudden. And he appeared the other day on that trailer, so there's a lot of speculation as to what is going to be happening, whether he will reappear in full or whether this is just some sort of a vision that another character. I'm not sure, but I can tell you one thing, make no mistake, that's probably one of those closely guarded secrets, you know, in Bungie. They do not want anyone to know what will happen with Cayde if he is reappearing. That's the feeling I got from Bungie, and I think they wanted to have a major surprise for the final chapter of Destiny Universe as it stands today. Boys, I talked and I had lost my voice, and hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully I am still audible. So grateful to all of you who've been here with us today, and I think what we'll do is we'll do a bit more of gameplay and then I'll wrap it up, because you know what, I need to triple check the setup yet again after the stream. Need to watch a bit to see whether everything was as it looked on my sort of platforms here when I was watching and doing the stream. And then after that I'll go swimming, which is my regular everyday activity at the end of every day. So that will be really cool. And Sandman says that he also needs to go. So thanks very much, sir, for joining us. Really grateful. And you probably enjoyed some of our conversation together with that nice sea breeze, you know, and nice scenery. And that's fantastic. I really like watching streams when people do them live on their mobile phone and they're in some sort of wonderful location. And you can see, you know, the mountains, you can see the lakes and all the niceties, and it's wonderful. I watched one of those the other day. It wasn't actually at the seaside. She was walking through a city, but it was very interesting. And you know, it's just quite extraordinary how we can really experience others today through the use of this technology. It's remarkable. It's mind-boggling. And I want to say thank you to Sandman for joining us, and thank you for supporting us, and really truly appreciate it. As you could see, the channel will now become live. We'll have regular streams, and please feel free to join us at any time. As I said, I'm planning to do lots of community-based activities, so we'll have polls and questions and competitions. We'll decide on certain types of activities for such sessions, we'll schedule exact times. I'll make sure that everybody can participate, and then we'll have fun. So thank you for joining us, sir. Thank you. And we'll now go back to the tower and maybe do another Sealer Strike and then call it a day, because this has been a lengthy beta test, but everything seems to have worked very well, which is wonderful. Very grateful to everyone. Alrighty, so we need to go back to the tower. Whilst we're waiting, let me just grab a drink. Alright, I'm back. We need to do a bit of admin, see what we picked up, see what has gone to our friend Postmaster. So let's see what we got there. Okay, some engrams. Remember, everything that comes in as green or blue needs to be discarded immediately. That is not the case if you're right at the beginning. Because this game does require a lot of hard work in order to level up, and you'll start with greens, you progress to blues, then to purple, which is legendary, and then to the exotics. So remember that, don't discard anything unnecessarily. Okay, I'll put this in the vault because I quite like those vests, which are, you see. No, I don't actually need any of that. Quite long. Because they need to be infused and they're not really that good. Cloak of Hidden Agendas. Yeah, these two we can put in the vault, and we can easily go and decode the engram. Unlike in the sequel, we have to go to Master Rahul in here, who is generally always
One
very...
of your fellow hunters found these engrams in Brasilia. Take a look.
It looks like we have plenty of things in our inventory, so let's see what's cluttering it. What's this? Etheric light. I don't really want to get rid of it before I ask Sekapupa what I can use it for. Has a judgment, reputation. Several things in there by the looks of it. One thing I forgot to use today was special ammunition synthesis, which will allow you to replenish and get a lot more of special ammunition. So that's very useful. We don't have that in the sequel, but in here it was almost essential for certain activities. And then also you have some other consumables that give you a bit more glimmer and, you know, a few other things. Like treasure key, for instance, you can use it for different treasure boxes. Then you have Knuckles of Eo, and that gives you some extra brownie points if you're doing your every week or your regular raid, etc, etc. So remember to use these. I mean, I'm just speaking aloud because I had to remind myself, and I'm very annoyed that I've not actually used any of them because I've plenty, as you can see, and would have been very useful. But generally we spent most of our session today talking. What's this? This badge identifies your supporter and ally of the future war cult. Supporters gain future war cult reputation. Oh yeah, you can have just one of those badges at a time. Okay, that's fine. And then we'll go back to Master Rahul. We'll go for these.
Really
so that is Ranger's Hood, Sinalampri, Saros, and Baryonic ESM. Well, to be fair, none of them are of any use at all. So we'll just get rid of all of them as quickly as possible. There we are. That is it. That's, hang on. Looks like I've got some extras in here. Palace ring. Don't really need it. Equipment. Oh yeah, that's right. We picked this one up last time, remember?
Always interesting.
And what I didn't do was to look at the bounties, and I completed Demolitions Expert, Strange Coin, Clean Up, well, Legendary Marks, they're very useful, Perpetual Light, up rank wise, aim for the juice box. Just remember that we can actually do a bit of the Crucible because we've done nothing of it yet, and that will provide us with a greater variety. So that is what we'll do next. Let's basically wrap it all up for today. As I said to our friends, I'm not really that keen on the Crucible, but I will always do it, particularly in the sequel, when connected to all the weekly or regular seasonal activity. I just find the Crucible to be a bit, how to put it, flat, because it's just tight, small maps, death matches, it's always the same thing. I like PvP activity where there is a wide map. I mean, read PUBG, read Warzone, read, I mean, Apex is fairly wide, although it started originally. That's a much smaller map, but it's that sort of activity that I like because it's tactical, requires maximum team effort. It's not just about running around and firing up the action. It's just not my sort of thing. Anyway, without further ado, as we talked a lot earlier, let's get to Orbit and do a couple of Crucible matches, and then I need to have something to eat because I didn't have my lunch today thanks to this beta test, and after that I'll go swimming, which is what I recommend to everyone. Swimming is the best form of exercise, so absolutely terrific. Crucible, let's see, Mayhem, Elimination, Rise of Fire. No, that's Control, we'll go for Control. See what I've got there with the come on. No weapons. Okay, so that should be fine. Dark drink as well. Good. Imago Loop is a very, very powerful hand cannon, one of the best weapons that one can use as primary in Destiny 1. Highly recommend it to everyone if you are a newbie before you get some of the exotics. Exaltation Mark. Need to double check whether I've got one in the vault. It does take a bit of time really with the matchmaking in here, but we'll get in. You needn't worry. I did play the other day, I think. Oh, it doesn't look like we're getting a lot of joy here, so try another one. See whether we can get in quicker. Mayhem Clash. Just wonder whether anyone else has been doing the Crucible here in Destiny 1 and what responses you had. Just don't fancy waiting here forever. No, this is not happening either. Elimination, salvage. Looks going to be taking us a bit too really to get in. Unfortunately, no jewel in there. Let's see which one would be the best. Maybe. Tell you what, we'll go back to that control, have a look at period of waiting, and if it is lengthy, we'll just go back to Sievas. Sievas are quite enjoyable, and can be difficult. Oh, didn't launch. So just curious to hear our viewers and other community members, how are you finding it so far? Is it looking better? Do you like the stream and the overlays and the way it looks? Is it in any way different compared to the past? Visually, sound-wise? I think the content's pretty similar or identical, but just curious to see whether you're finding the way the channel's coming across with those additions to be as good as we would like, really. No, I spend the whole day in here. I've heard from other gamers that they were reducing the number of rooms in Destiny 1, the Crucible rooms, and they had been expanding on the number of those for the sequel. So that's probably the reason as to why we need to wait for so long. Well, see what's work. We don't have to wait for too long. We'll do 2 more Sivas and then we'll call it a day. It's been a very good beta test, good to say, and I must admit, even the previous audio and video tests have been better and busier than expected. I just thought I was going to throw in a very quick test for myself, but actually other people popped in, said hello, and it was great, really. I really love the idea that people still remember the channel and remember all the great good times that we've had over the years. Staff popped in earlier saying that he remembered how good it was, and I can't actually remember whether he would have also played the game live online together with us or not. Because we actually did have, and we do have, a lot of regulars. So, and actually the community is divided into 2 sections. We have one group of people who are always coming in order to
The House of
talk
Devils marked you as public
play the
enemy
games
number
together
1
with
after you
us, and
trashed
then
their
others
prime
were just
servitor. Your old friend, and apparently better than ever, thanks to the Devil Splicers and Siva. Zavala's not too happy about the idea of the Splicers playing Godmaker, and I can't blame him.
So what you're saying is it's time we return to the scene of the crime. I'm sure the Fallen will be happy to see us.
Right, so let's see.
The new and improved Sepix is holed up in the Devil's Lair. You know.
You're still alive, can't believe that. Why that? How on earth was he able to resist our Dark Drinker, you tell me. We're just waiting until somebody else joins us, because otherwise I'll be fried rather quickly. That was a miss. That was a miss. Oh, there we are. I guess he heard me.
The Hive are still holding ground in the refinery, but I'm also tracking multiple SIVA energy signatures. Well, that's new.
Look at this. That's complete chaos. Crazy. Everything just exploded. We'll see. was going to revive our friends. It's weird because one of the ads... Did you not see this? One of the ads had our friend's gamer tag. Or was that just an illusion? Wait a minute, that's ridiculous. I don't believe it. Yet again.
The
Brood
splicers
mother.
have a laser grid blocking the way. I should be able to disable it. In the meantime, do not touch the lasers and watch my back.
Looks like two of our friends are just doing a speed run. Not really interested in that, I'm afraid. We'll do this thoroughly. It's amazing that I actually survived.
Halfway through, but we've got major hive reinforcements inbound. Good luck.
Oh, there's Matthias in here. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Well, I talked about you early on. And you know why? You can tell why if you're looking at me. I was talking to our friends in here about you in view of that wonderful weapon that I've got. Our Dark Drinker. You remember, you helped me to get it. How on earth are you? I'm not seeing you. We've not talked already for a very long time. How are you, sir? How is everything? Things must have changed. It's been years, right? Yes. Well, I mean, I remember doing several strikes with you and various activities in here. And your Dark Drinker was so mighty that wherever you went, everyone else died. And I thought, hang on a minute. Something doesn't really pan out right here. I need to have one of those weapons. And then you obviously kindly offered. And do you remember? You actually got up at 3 o'clock in the morning for us to do that. Do you remember that? I couldn't believe the dedication. It was just extraordinary. So grateful. And obviously I had it ever since. It was for Dark Drinker and for Sleeper Simulant. Our friend Matthias says he's alright. That's cool. Still living in the same place? Everything hunky-dory? How did you survive the pandemic? How was it in your local area? Because we had in here very many COVID support groups. And I actually had other games on my channel, most notably Warzone and Apex during that period, that really attracted a lot of people. We had wonderful, wonderful time, for which the channel was obviously supporting those in the need, which is the backbone of this channel, as you know. So the channel is being streamlined, in order to provide a lot more
Got it.
support
Grid's
for
clear.
our charities
Let's
and
get out of
people who are in the need. So there are loads of activities and various other things here, now fully integrated. For that to be highlighted, to be present on our streams every single day, never forgotten. Matthias says he's still helping people to get various weapons and armor and finishing raids. Well, you'll be pleased to hear, because you remember I was not doing any raids, because this channel is a non-competitive channel and it's community based and
a sea of devils
focused on
and
good
an angry
causes, but
machine
I
god
really
waiting on the other side.
I work with a
I'd say lock
system
and load, but I'm sure you
for
already
which
did.
we are going to be able to do raids here, tied in to donations and milestones, you know, for our charities. So anytime we reach a milestone, we'll have a community event set up, and those will be primarily based on raiding. So that's the new thing. That's something we've not had previously, and I really look forward to that. Mind you, probably the two of us, with some of our friends, will need to do some raids before I really step in with the milestones, because I'm not done, you know, very many. So, but obviously the raids will be done with our community members and those who are donating, meaning they'll become like a fully grown, fully fledged community-based activity. I was going to that early in the stream, and I'll tell you all about that. Matthias says, at the time I stayed with my girlfriend and just stayed in for months. Well, yeah, that was the way to do it. I mean, during the first 6 months I barely went out, and I was basically indoors doing my quality support group here, live on air, and I went out after 10 o'clock at night. In our area everything was completely deserted. Literally not a living soul in sight, no vehicles, no people, just animals. And then I would go like for lengthy walks, at least, you know, 2 to 3 hours long, in order to obviously get enough exercise. Couldn't go swimming, which was terrible for me. 2 years. But then after I got vaccinated, after we sort of moved forward with the pandemic, then I was able to go out a bit more, but still with huge caution and very, very careful, because you'll be familiar with myself being the SARS virus sufferer, and obviously I didn't want to be contracting the virus at all, if at all possible. So I had very, very strict measures and rules on what I could and what I couldn't do. And for the time being, it's been a dreadful period really for everyone in Britain. Fortunately, it's all behind us. That's what's important. It's all behind us. And let's hope it never ever comes back again. Our friend's asking about raiding in Destiny 2 or Destiny 1.
I can make a guess. Maybe an offer to the other devils.
A mixture of the two.
Power. You know, in Siva we trust, and in Siva all things are possible.
Because the channel
Get in there and show them that their god is nothing but metal and tech.
Regular streams of Destiny and Destiny 2, you know, like both games. It's like one big Destiny universe.
Sepix perfected in all his glory.
You know, we'll play it by ear. We'll choose what to do, and as it's community-based activity, we'll have some polls, decide on what kit to wear, and you know, on the participants plan for it. So I really look forward to it. Oh, look at that! It'd be the mixture of the two, really. Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. Have you played the original raids now imported to Destiny 2? And if so, how did you find them? I'm curious, because I remember you were not that keen on the sequel. Are you playing the sequel at all? It's funny because I played the sequel quite a bit, certainly the last 18 months, and one can really see the difference straight away when you step back in again, you know. Destiny 1 does require a lot more skill and effort in order to complete certain tasks and get to certain levels, get certain weapons and armor. This is why it's challenging, and really greatly loved and respected by so many still. Where is that scorched cannon? Oh, he picked it up. Missed that shot cannon in there. Oh, that was good. Well, that Sepik is still very mighty. That's a bit suicidal of me. Gets away from it all. I was able to get through the back without any major damage. It's a mystery.
Sepix to run this time.
Our friend Matthias says that he's not been playing the sequel, stopped playing it after the Cherokee DLC. I guess you still dislike it very intensely, right? You're not that keen on the concept of offering and all our stuff that have been coming in with the seasons and this time I was killed. Yeah, Princess, yeah, that's exactly what it is. I kind of got to like it over, you know, years, because I thought initially, certainly with the year 1, it seriously backfired. But I liked year 2 with, you know, the extra content in the seasons, which were extremely busy and providing a lot of content. For being so for not being able to respond to your comments immediately, but I just want to get this sorted. That was good. My bad drink eliminated that Sepix fine, thanks to Matthias. There we are.
Sepix was the Splicer's next big play. Present a god for all to worship. Then control the flow of ether to control the house.
I guess they didn't factor us into the plan.
Any wrench we can throw in their works is a good thing. And Guardian?
I don't have a skeleton key, so there we are. That is not going to work. Everyone's gone already. We couldn't really provide them with feedback like what we are presently able to do in the sequel. Yeah, so I just wanted to say to Matthias, well, thanks first of all for coming in and saying hello. I really wondered frequently how you were, because I've not heard from you for quite some time, and I just worried that perhaps you were affected by the pandemic, because there were other people here in our community who were affected by the pandemic, and I've not heard from them since. So that was really extremely disheartening, particularly some of the older chaps, and it was affecting literally everyone globally worldwide. Coming back to Destiny 2, I think the year 2 was very good with the abundance of content which was introduced. But then there are certain issues popping up from time to time in terms of what is offered, particularly towards the end of every season, as some of the activities become a bit repetitive. I think it's very good that we've got 2 different games that are providing us different kind of setups and different ideas on what we can do there. The sequel has a huge amount of diversity, and the versatility of different types of activities is massive, so you can always decide for yourself what you want to do. Lots of exotic quests and different types of weapons. The difficulty I have with everything on offer, particularly with loot, is that many of these bits become quite redundant, a bit useless if you are constantly getting the same lot, right? There are weapons which are very powerful and necessary for certain activities, like for dungeons and for raids, but the vast majority, what you are kind of grabbing after doing certain activities and certain tasks, appears to be not of very great value, and that's the biggest difference between this game and the sequel. Also, the difficulty I had with Bungie is, they changed course, and you remember before the new Xbox was launched, they talked about building a new partnership with Xbox. They'll be on Game Pass forever, and they'll do lots of things together with Microsoft, and it's the partnership from the old days of Halo being brought back, etc., etc. A year later, they're gone, and the whole thing disappeared. So I played the full content of the sequel on the Game Pass, and then suddenly I had nothing. Everything was gone. In addition to that, they began vaulting the content, which I paid for, together with everyone else. And the vaulting had continued over the years, and it really reduced the content, the campaign missions, and some of the original stuff to the bare minimum. So there are certainly challenges in there, but on the other hand, if when I look at it from another viewpoint, which is Destiny being like an experiment, a game that is like no other, with all different types of worlds and systems of gaming being brought into one, and being a live game and having so many participants, continuous daily maintenance. Well, it's an experiment, and I think it concerns me slightly that in recent times, certainly during the last quarter, they indicated that perhaps they will not continue with this ever expanding, ever evolving Destiny universe. They announced a new project that Bungie is working on, a new secret game, and all of their resources will go into that. So the question is, what does future hold for Destiny? And I'm hoping that the idea of this ever evolving world will continue and get fully maintained, because otherwise it would be a terrible shame. They've had a significant drop on regulars, people who were always there every single day. They departed because they got fed up with lengthy grinds for certain tasks, and particularly the repetitive grinds. On the other hand, blending in the story missions with every activity, particularly for the seasonal content during the last couple of years, I thought was very good. Yeah. Our friend Matthias says, my breaking point was when they removed paid DLC. Well, Bungie is an independent company, both the developer and publisher, and they have huge offices. They employ up to about 500 or 600 people, if I'm not mistaken. So huge costs, serious problems during the pandemic. Everyone working from home, and I guess the daily maintenance costs a lot of money, and therefore they need to find additional resources. But what really kind of concerned me, you know, when we went to the 30 years of Bungie, and then extra things being thrown in, like 30-year armor, loot, weapons, and packs, and that came in almost like a DLC. I can't remember, the price was like 25 or 30 pounds. And I thought it was just extremely expensive. And also recently they've increased the price of the seasonal content. So I was paying on Xbox, I think £8.49. Now it's £12.99 for the last season. So it's a significant kind of steep increase on the running costs that, you know, we as streamers and the gamers are having. And I'm not sure whether the actual season will justify it. I hope it will. What I've seen so far has been absolutely terrific. But I mean, you know, there is an odds, there are pros and cons. You know, I can tell you that some of our friends who were the daily regulars, they departed from Destiny because, like yourself, they got fed up with the repetition, and they got fed up with the content that appeared to be always the same. But you know, I think that as a pioneering project, it is remarkable, and I kind of look forward to seeing what other ideas and inventions they'll come up with. So, you know, it's a question of waiting and seeing. And generally, I can't complain because I think I got the full value overall for what's been offered. But I don't really like the idea of offering or presenting one thing and then everything turns out to be completely devoid of that. I think you've seen with the recent complaints on, well, across the board really, but particularly on Reddit, the veterans complained about Gambit. They said that it's been more than 3 years since Gambit was to be reworked, and why is Gambit still exactly the same? Why is it that yet again the Gambit's not been changed or enhanced at all? And it was just silly because Gambit was a very enjoyable activity at the time and launched, and they said downsized it, you know, by 2/3. What for? And also what you do in Gambit has been downsized. So just an example. But I think my main question, my main concern is simply about what the future holds for Destiny, because if they are downsizing, if they are really sending half of the team to work on the new game, well, what are we to be expecting? Because I believe the last chapter already had been created, so they're just literally working on it in order for it to be released. But you know, it's just, it doesn't seem to be true to core, like the thing with Xbox. 1 minute you own everything through the Game Pass, and you know they're going to be there always, and suddenly they completely disappear. And now they're obviously with Sony. They've gone to Sony, and there are some special deals in there, and you know, better discounts. But the question is, for how long? Because the company may well depart from Sony for whatever reason in the future. So you know, we have to wait and see. And our friend says, I can believe it with how much they charge for. I can't believe the charge for season status. Well, initially, if you remember, they were offering like a major annual season pass, so you pay like a flat fee for the whole year. Then they said, well, we want to make it more amicable for the gamers to get it in the course of the year, so they can buy it any time. Obviously, a small amount attributed. You don't have to buy the whole year if you don't want to play it for the whole year. Fair enough. It was offered on a good price, and it was like kept on that price for I think two or 3 years, and now it's gone up. And also, what is upsetting, I don't know whether you've seen that, on Xbox, they're just selling the season with these bundles. Like, you can't buy a separate season which hasn't got a bundle, and the bundle is just an emote. So I find that really peculiar. Why would I want to pay £4 or £5 just for that emote alone? I don't want to have that emote. I'm not interested. But you know, they're trying to monetize, and I guess compared to Apex, they're possibly not selling many enough packs, you know, with the cosmetics and everything else, because Apex is still free of charge, and they make billions on the sales of those cosmetics. There's different types of skins and everything that people can use. It's a very popular game and massively enhanced and improved compared to the way it was originally. And it does make sense. The new legend introduced, graphic novel introduced, you're unlocking different chapters, and then in addition to that, you're buying those skins if you want to look like that seasonal content. Too many seasons, too many events being thrown in. So it's I guess it's a strategy that they deployed in order to cover the costs and to make some money. But when you hear the amount they make on the skins and cosmetics, both Activision and Respawn, it's just mind-boggling. I can't understand, can't believe for the life of me that people actually invest that much in all these things which appear to be less significant. They're not important for the game just because you want to look pretty. It's like being on Instagram or something. Our friend says, yeah, I've been playing other games as well, however I seem to always come back to Destiny 1. I wonder if it will go the way of Division 2 where they will put the seasons on repeat. Is that what they're doing? I've not actually gone to the Division now for a while. I've played, obviously, the original and the sequel, and we still have several community members who are doing it every single day. If you remember Kat, she does streams now, and there's also another person in the US who also does regular streams of the Division. I've not really picked this up. When did they introduce this? Or when did they announce the idea that they'll be sort of repeating the seasons? That's ridiculous, really. You don't want to do that. You want seasonal content to be new. Speaking of emotes, are you going to make any channel emotes here? And our friend Matthias says, I have a few now. They look really cool. And they're actually, yeah, they're Destiny emotes, right? Did you draw them? Or did you sort of purchase some of those? Because I have to be, I will do some of these things. I've not really been able to finalize on it because there was so much to do with the new layout of the channel, and particularly with what I'm getting through Streamlabs and Tiltify and Lightstream. So there's a lot of work and a lot of time spent on, first of all, acquiring everything and then making it to work, which wasn't easy, I've got to admit. It was a major headache, and also it's a bit fiddly with some of the things I still need to be doing, like the interactive activities here to the chat. Today we tested it earlier and everything works, but I need to still do quite a bit more in order for like bingos and quizzes, etc. to be launched. One can also prepare that from day to day. So no, I actually have not had time to do that. And our friend says they're not Destiny emotes, they're generic channel emotes. Only one that I did myself. Oh, that one. Is that the thing from Silent Hill? It looks good, nicely animated, popping up, really cool. Yeah, I'll do something. I'll have to I've had, that I run also another entity which is dedicated to film dialogue, that is, and I spent a lot of time actually during the time where there'd be no streams on Film Dialogue, which is a very, very busy film hub, particularly on Twitter and on Instagram. And I had some issues with YouTube there on copyright front, and I've got to be very, very careful what I put in a public forum, because algorithms are merciless, and I don't want to do anything that could simply endanger the longevity of the channel, everything I do, which has happened to some other people. And although they say, I've seen on, I think it's on Stream Elements, they're promoting the systems to which you can have a playlist for people to choose what music they want to listen to. I wouldn't really go down that stream, because the difficulty is you never know when they're going to pull the license and the copyright, and if you got it on your streams, then algorithm detects it and just pulls everything. Also could cause problems with penalties and everything else. So I want to consider what types of emotes and these kind of animations I'll have, and I need to see whether I can purchase them or I can make them myself. And you know, the special channel emotes obviously would be a good idea. I'll look into that, and I played it by ear in view of whatever takes place here on the channel and whatever evolves, because the new system will be giving the regular viewers and contributors channel points, and then channel points, it's like rewards points, can be claimed for a certain reward. So I have to consider what rewards will be given, and they'll have to be, you know, tied in with what we do here on the channel, and with all the activities and our friends, and that's the idea. I don't want to do anything which is just, you know, suggested or created by myself. I want everything to be fully in sync with our participants and the regular viewers. And I have to say, I'm very surprised, but there's so many, and people have been in regular contact throughout the pandemic, and you know, people of all ages. So it's been truly wonderful experience, and I want to carry on with the same, with this emphasis on charitable work and, you know, our support of those who are in the need. That's the bottom line. That's the backbone of the channel, in the same way as, for instance, this game has been Destiny 1. Without this game, there would be no community or no channel altogether. So, you know, I want to really kind of merge those activities and those passions of mine into one. And our friend says, no, that's just my haunting personality being scary. Yeah, it looks like that chap or that character from Silent Hill, so I thought it was probably related one way or the other. And our friend says, I have actually been working as an editor of late. I have been making shorts and long videos for a channel. Well, that's fantastic. What sort of software do you use? That sounds really good, and that's obviously something that will have always a lot of interest, because the streaming business, or I should say the streaming activities, are massively growing, ascending, and all these things are springing up, you know, every single day. Like, for instance, I'm able to stream directly through these cloud services, so the overlays and everything comes in through Stream Elements. They're then imported to Lightstream, and both of these are connected to Twitch. So it's like 4 entities communicating at the same time, which is mind-boggling. The last time we spoke, none of that was made possible. It didn't exist, and this is like so easy. Oh, DaVinci. Okay, sounds good. Wow, fantastic. That's great. I'm really happy to hear that you're able to utilize on your passion and indeed develop this on the professional level. Never too early or too late, from my perspective. It's always a good idea to do what you love doing the best, and then just persevere. You dedicate yourself fully to it, and that degree of investment and attention simply never fail. So I always recommend it most highly to everyone. Not everyone does it, and sometimes people forget about the talents and natural gifts, which I think is a huge shame. But then later in life they need to find the means to which these talents could be realized. Because if somebody has been born with a talent for graphic design, for dancing, for singing, for, you know, different types of creative activities, then unless properly used, it will cause certain kinds of problems to that person. There will be a kind of rebellion from within. You know, the talent wants to be fully realized, but actually isn't, and then all kinds of issues could pop up. Right. Well, I think I've come to the end of my beta test today. The channel is still the same, the broadcaster myself still the same, and the community is still the same. We have this different concept which is applied, and I'll be quite curious to see once we get it off the ground what sort of response we'll be getting. I mean, so far it's been absolutely incredible. I'm very, very happy. People have been subscribing and asking for donations for the charities already, and the actual stream and the channel is still not up and running. It's still sort of testing its own functionality and the technical side of things. So been very, very good, and I really kind of look forward to all of that. But the test today went so well. Very happy and very grateful to everyone who joined and communicated. It's been absolutely wonderful. So I will be informing you all through Twitter in particular and Instagram, Discord, on what the next steps are. But the regular streams will resume very shortly, so that's probably within the next week or so. I just need to make sure that some of the loose ends, which are still on the kind of Tiltify Stream Elements side, are fully resolved. But I think today went really well. Very happy. Can I just ask you, Matthias, when you watched the stream, was the picture quality better than before? And was there any interference with audio? Could you hear and see everything like as you should? I'm quite curious because obviously you're watching it from another country. I've had someone from Britain, our friend Sandman, who was helping us with this the other day. So I'm just quite curious to see and hear what the actual picture and sound were like when you were watching, because this is now going through the different channels. I have 4G very fast internet connection, which is much superior to the old, terrible, awful broadband, which is still accessible in this area, and I'm just quite curious about the difference. Matthias said audio cut out a couple of times, but otherwise it was fine. You know, the audio cutting out is the problem with this Twitch app integration. They were doing this a few months ago, and it's affecting both consoles. I'm not sure what it's like on the PC, but people complained about this audio problem on PlayStation and particularly on Xbox. On Xbox, since they integrated the Twitch stream app into the menu, so there's no longer a separate app with settings. You just simply go to the menu in the same way as you've done it with the Mixer app. It just completely destroyed audio. You can't at all on Series S and X stream off Xbox console at the moment due to that audio problem. You know, millions of complaints on various forums, Microsoft message boards included, and I've been in contact with their so-called support team, who every time tell me that they never heard of this, and it's absolutely disastrous. And I wonder whether they've done it in purpose, because you know, the streaming might be affecting sales or something. I can't believe that on both consoles, which are state-of-the-art piece of equipment, you actually can't stream. You know, I thought initially the problem was probably with the controller or something to do with updates, but I did get to the bottom of it with other people online who indicated this was a glitch, a major problem with audio, since they updated or reworked the app. So on PlayStation, we are not getting the major sound interference, the which the sound is, you know, dropping, disappearing. It just it's periodic cutouts, and I've seen that on my stream the other day when I was listening to it afterwards. So it's ridiculous, really, considering the size of this company, and you know, it's just beyond me. I don't know as to why they are not sorting this out. It shouldn't be really a major problem, but it's a very, very big problem. Our friend Matthias says, well, yeah, Microsoft and Xbox were having really a very bad time. Well, it is of their own making. Did you watch this interview with Phil Spencer a few days after Redfall was launched? Have you seen it? He basically was taking everything on the chin. It was all his fault. He should have paid more attention. He owns up everything. You know, I don't think that's quite correct. I mean, obviously, I appreciate him making himself personally responsible for this, but what happened with Redfall is catastrophic. It's one of the best development studios producing a game which is pre-beta and, you know, releasing it with a content that is just mind-boggling. You can see that the game was still being developed. A beautiful city, beautifully designed, plenty of places to go, but with little overall activity and with technical faults like glitches. And most importantly, I think what enraged everyone was the vast majority of the characters, 90% of the characters you meet, they'll have like a tab saying talk So imagine some sort of dialogue similar to Fallout, and you click and they say, "Oh, yes, hello," and that's the dialogue, and that's the tab. The tab's being used for that. So that enraged everyone. And the other thing about Redfall is no cutscenes. I mean, concept art and storyboards being thrown in with the narrator. I mean, what? It's just beyond understanding. This brings us back to the 90s. Really, really poor. And also the other problem they had is to do with this Activision deal, because the UK turned it down, and there's some problems in other parts of the world, and they want everything to be sorted on paper. It still isn't, and the consoles are not selling. That's the fact. He did confirm that they're at the moment number 3, and they're way beyond, way below Nintendo and PlayStation, etc., etc. So one could just go to the list. I think the big problem for Microsoft is they were not allowing Xbox Live and Game Pass services globally. So just a small number of countries where this was accessible. And for instance, in America, obviously being the US console or being the US company, it's accessible everywhere. But you go to other parts of the world, like Europe, the vast majority of countries couldn't access Game Pass. You could access part of the live services, but they didn't have adequate support. So, for instance, in those countries, everyone would have been on PlayStation or the PC. Xbox would be just like, what's Xbox, so to speak? And that's a big problem, because if you're not introducing the services globally, and if you're not investing in the maintenance of them, you will be losing customers. So in order to remedy this, very recently they had launched the Xbox for PC in most European countries, and they're giving the promotional offer 3 months of that package, that service, for €1 per month, right? So it's like a very attractive offer for you to try for 3 months, basically paying almost nothing. But at the end of the day, the problems with Microsoft are based on their short-sighted policies. I mean, surely they should have considered that all these services should be easily accessible in countries in the world. I mean, I've been to France and I've been to many other countries, and I wanted to show the cloud services that I'm getting on my phone in Britain to my friends who are out there, because it's like one of the latest things. On your phone, you can play games wherever you are. Actually, I've got a UK account, a UK subscription. Everything works hunky-dory whilst you are here, but when you depart our shores, it doesn't work. And you go to the app, you click, and it says download from your console. So you basically, it's a non-functioning part of the app, which is being advertised as being able to access the games wherever you are. It just seems like not particularly good. Our friend Matthias says Redfall was a total disaster, and they also had to admit that Xbox undersold both Switch and PlayStation. And Matthias says exactly, the offer thing, I think that hurts them in the fact that you have Game Pass on PC. If you have a PC that can play games, what do you need the Xbox for? I think it is probably linked to the idea that they want to provide the pack, the service, across the board to all platforms. I mean, they talked about that right from the beginning. I remember watching some interviews with executives, and they said, well, Game Pass will bring into Xbox first, but we want that to be accessible on any platform in due course. And they was selling the idea that you don't have to buy the console if you are to be using the services. Again, don't forget, it is about the cost, because if you have the ability to provide the games which are streamed, like Netflix style, you don't have to be investing in the consoles. The consoles cost, and I think he said, Spencer, Phil Spencer, the big boss of Xbox, he said that he believed they're losing about $200 per console, which really kind of made me think, hang on, is this console actually costing them like $500-600 to produce, and they're offering it on such low price, because obviously that's the market price for consoles. Is there another way to which they make the money? It just seemed really, it seems strange, but I do believe that the console is very expensive, you know, to make, and they're probably looking at the options through which they would not need to be producing consoles, or they would produce them in smaller numbers for those people who really want to have them, and then all the services could be just done through the cloud. That's my assumption, and knowing that in Europe in particular, the vast majority of the people who are into video gaming, particularly to do with Twitch streams, are aligned with PCs, because you remember Twitch streams didn't work at all through the consoles if you wanted to have overlays and all these other add-ons. So that's just very recent. That's within last less than a year, 8-9 months really, since it became fully operational. They were selling them, but they were not fully operational. They were not really as good as they are today. So it's probably also based on that degree of business thinking. Didn't pick up the chat for some reason now. I'm not sure if you wrote something, because my secondary just went. I couldn't see really what was said. Hang on a minute. Don't know why it's not picking up my messages now on my other device. I can just type something. Let me see whether there's another reason as to why it's not picking it up. When in fact it should. Oh yeah, Matthias says that remember last time we spoke you were switching everything to Xbox. I wouldn't say switching everything to Xbox, but the idea was to have that ease of access, you know. You remember on PlayStation Plus they were not allowing downloads of the games. They were having just everything through the streaming services, and with Xbox the Game Pass was offering exactly the opposite. So the idea was really to have easier access and greater versatility. But I've been a multi-platform gamer all my life, because I started out on PC, and you probably are too young to remember, but in the old days, in the 90s, when they began, you know, with Windows and Windows-based games, you had the vast majority of games that wouldn't work on your computer. So you go to a shop, you purchase a new game, and the game doesn't work on your computer because the system you have in your computer is not compatible. And then, you know, the PlayStation emerged, the new product, the new console, and every disc you bought for PlayStation worked. You put in a console and that was it. So obviously I was delighted, because there were many of my games that I couldn't play on my PC because they simply wouldn't work, and there weren't any patches or any adjustments or anything. It simply wouldn't work, and that was it. It's funny that Larry Hryb, you know, from Xbox, he talked about it in one of the recent podcasts, because he talked to one of the executives and he said, "Do you remember when we would buy games and then they wouldn't work?" And I said, "Oh yeah, I do remember that really well." So that was the beginning of my involvement with the consoles: PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, Xbox Original, Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Xbox Series S. I don't have PlayStation 5 yet. So that it's been a lengthy journey, to about 30 years or so. You don't use Xbox at all, do you? You're just a PlayStation man. Well, I think consoles took off in a very, very big fashion, and they basically, killed off some of the games that previously have been played on the PCs. But recently, I played some of the older PC games on consoles, and particularly, for instance, Diablo 2 Remastered is phenomenal. It's just really a true masterpiece, the way they reworked it with additional content and reworking cutscenes, and I can't believe that the game looks so good and so contemporary, considering it's more than 25 years old. So, things changed, and there's a question obviously raised how long the consoles are going to be in existence, because they'll come up with some other device or some other means of developing and presenting games. You heard that Netflix and Amazon Prime are very seriously looking into incorporating cloud-based gaming, but not just mobile games, but the proper ones. And we'll have to wait and see. What I can say is that the latest consoles, PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S and X, they have phenomenal processors, and the quality of the graphics and the sound are just out of this world. So they really are on the level of many average to good PCs. They aren't on the level of top-notch PCs, obviously, because of the processing power, but still, this is like a massive, massive enhancement. So I really enjoy playing the games and watching them on Xbox Series S. I've got to say, it's a major improvement, major enhancement, and they look and feel great. If we were just saying earlier with our friends, if you were to play games like Halo, Mass Effect, that require that atmosphere of the environment that you're exploring, the sound's incredible. I mean, I listen to it on Dolby Surround, but for instance, I also listen to it on Dolby Atmos and DSP. I think Dolby Atmos probably is the best if you're using headphones. It does give a very, very atmospheric type of environment with everything going up, down, left, right, back, front. So it's a bit more advanced than the actual Dolby Digital. But still, either way, it's just fantastic. The experience is incredible. And when I went to Twitch Developer Conference before the pandemic, it was just before the pandemic, in fact, they all talked about this quality experience, the fact that you need to be having quality experience of gaming, and they were coming up with different inventions, particularly in the area of sound, that will make it as realistic as possible. So it was very interesting, and I think that the gaming world is certainly developing and ascending, and is going to the right direction. So I think that there will be many more benefits, particularly on the educational front, to emerge in the years to follow. The games like Farming Simulator or Flight Simulator, or what are the other ones, the simulators. I mean, I personally was not particularly interested in any of this, but when I looked at it, it's an incredible game. You can't believe how well designed and carefully thought through these projects were, and what you get from them is incredible. So the educational capacity, you probably have noticed they will release, I'm not sure exactly what the game's called, it's the game about baseball, which is on Xbox, and they're doing the whole section, so it's like a whole game in itself, based on the Black Players League, and it is going to be walk through history. So they'll start at the very beginning, and you will learn everything in historic terms about the league and about the players and about everything. So similar to what we've had with Assassin's Creed Odyssey, in Greece, the ancient Greece, and the walkthrough and the museum that you learn from. So I think that certainly is the next step, and what better way for kids and for younger people to learn about history and significant events, but through a video game. You can have like a war game, and then you put in there everything about the history of First World War, Second World War, Cold War, all the other conflicts on the world, and you make it really very interactive. So definitely the future, I think, video gaming is definitely looking very bright as far as the educational content is concerned. Our friend says, yes, I'm on a PlayStation. Well, I have to tell you, I need to get ready for my swimming. And we tested Destiny Academy beta today really quite well. I'm very happy with all that's been achieved, the way everything looks and the way it sounds. It's been a lengthy labor of love. I need to tell you this. It take a long time to get it all polished, but I'm glad to see that everything works. There still needs to be a bit more input from our end on some of the inclusions that we were not really testing in full as yet, but it will be all very entertaining. And all the polls and quizzes and competitions and rewards and emotes, all of that will be tied in with our community, so we can sort of spend time discussing things live, and then I can work on it and then, you know, bring it back and make sure that people can use it and enjoy it. I think what Matthias suggested in the area of emote creation and maybe some special logos or some images or designs that could be given as rewards or takeaways is something I'm seriously considering, and I need to, you know, work out what that is likely to be, because if I draw it myself it's fine, but if I'm importing it I need to, you know, get the copyright just not to have any major problems. And as the things evolve, I think there'll be more and more concerned based on the distribution and licensing, which is what the big companies already try to enforce in the US. They didn't really go ahead with that law that was going to prohibit everyone from the use of copyrighted content in Europe, because, you know, it could have caused a major kind of economic meltdown. And but still, there's always the danger. So I'm very careful with what content is included, because I worry that the algorithm will detect something that could produce a copyright strike or anything else, which is quite unsavory. So you can't be careful enough of these things, really. Right, so I've come to the end of this Academy Destiny. I'm losing my thread actually. I'm getting a bit tired, and I need to have something to drink, and then I'll go swimming. So I'll be okay afterwards. Destiny Academy beta stream successfully completed. So first of all, my heartfelt thanks and much of my own appreciation towards everyone who had come in today, all of our friends and fans who were participating, watching, who were contributing. All of you have been given, for the first time ever, the channel points, right? So just double check what your channel points are, and you'll see that I'm quite generous. I'm providing quite a lot of them. For the subscriptions, they double up, and for everyone else who is watching, they get a significant number. I will post some of those figures on my social networking, so you'll be able to see, without actually including the names of the participants, of course, but just the principles of how this works. And I want to thank you for coming in, helping, supporting, and obviously making sure that the channel is working properly, that everything on the technical front is adequate, that it is providing the service that we expected, and this all together, particularly through your contribution and your participation, will indeed give us a good way forward. So when we continue with our regular streams, we'll know exactly what we need to be doing, and we'll be greatly reassured that everything that's been added to the setup actually works well. Okay, so I'll end the stream by telling you all about what this channel is about. So we are here to help gamers around the world to make new contacts, to make new friends, to create new forums. Equally, we are here to provide additional form of support to those people around the world who are in the need. The need could be of any sort, from the difficulty experienced in everyday life to the occurrence of serious illness, people who are having some difficulties with their families, some financial problems, problems at work, sadly people who are experiencing mental health issue or disability, any form of difficulty, people who are experiencing threat of homelessness, not having anywhere to live, which regrettably is on the rise in our country, in Britain. So we are here to help and to support. And most importantly, I personally will be always supporting a particular charity or a selection of charities that are offering services for those people in our local community in order to get by. So at the moment, I'm supporting Mind UK. So that's the leading charity that supports people suffering from emotional problems and those experiencing a variety of mental health issues. So I've got a target of £1,000 to be raised, the amount that is going to be directly paid to Mind UK through Tiltify. For all of you who are familiar with online fundraising, Tiltify is a leading company that provides fundraising for accredited charities. So it's all absolutely legal, legit, and with direct connections to the entities involved. I personally don't have anything to do with the financial transaction. I'm basically a person who is promoting the good cause and helping everyone to get that degree of public awareness on as to why it's very important to be helping and supporting those in need, and particularly charities that work for those people. So Mind UK is the first one, and if you're looking at any of the forums that I have, you'll see that I've been really supporting Mind UK for quite some time. So what you can do is you can either present the issue and raise the awareness by posting something about Mind UK on your own social networking platforms. You can perhaps include a personal story based on somebody who you know who unfortunately have been affected by mental health issues or disability, and then add the reasons as to why it's important for these charities to be functioning, operating, and helping everyone in our community. You may want to get involved, and therefore you can get in touch with a specific charity. In this case it's Mind UK, or you may want to support them financially by donating. So what I'll do now is I will just provide you with a link that explains everything about as to why it's so important to be supporting our charities, and it will give you further information on Mind UK and all what you can do in order to support and help. So just bear with me, I'll put this in the message box. So you'll see I just wrote a message saying please support Mind UK, and we'll put the link in there. The link is giving you direct access to the fundraising page. So if you were to look at that, you'll be able to see the fundraising page is on Tiltify, and it tells you that DLB Miller, myself, is the gaming and fundraising for Mind UK. So we have there our chart, we have milestones, we have the section there presenting you with the stream. You can access the targets, you can access the polls, you can access various other things about the campaign. Most importantly, if you're interested in this charity, when you go to the right side of your screen, you'll see that there is a description, in-depth description of what Mind does in Britain. Then you'll see that I'm doing Stream for Mind, your stream your way. I don't have a target like doing a 24-hour stream, 6-hour stream, or anything like that. I'll do this continuously, which means, you know, to the ways which I like the best. And then there's a bit more about myself down below. So you have all the information included. So if you're interested, you can have a look, and indeed you can then simply participate, as I said, in various ways, from raising the awareness by posting various news notes and descriptions through your social networking platforms. You can get involved directly with the charity, either as a participant, i.e. helper or fundraiser, or you can donate financially, which means you provide some revenue through PayPal and Tiltify directly to Mind UK. So you can do all of that through Tiltify, the platform which is providing these kinds of services for us all. Alright, so that is basically what we have for you today. So first of all, I want to thank everyone for coming, thank you for participating, thank you for being our dedicated and very valued family members, thank you for helping me to assess how these inclusions and additions actually are presently working. whether we are fully operational, which I believe we are. And I thank you for your kindness, for your generosity, for all that I have received from you during the last 5 years. All of that has been a unique, very heartwarming experience, which I will treasure for the rest of my days. And I can tell you that we'll just carry on in exactly the same way, with the emphasis on those in the need. So just please remember that if you can contribute, if you can help, if you can assist, all of that will be greatly appreciated by myself, by the Mine UK, as well as all the other participants and community members, as well as our local residents who are using those services. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, supporting Mine UK. Thank you for being our valued community members. I shall bid you all a farewell, and I shall see you all very, very soon. All the postings on the schedule will be on Twitter, on Twitch, on Instagram, on other social networking platforms. You'll be fully informed about the program and the plan. We'll work in a very structured, very cohesive, very goal-oriented fashion. And most importantly, I really look forward to hearing from all of you yet again and coming back to our old Destiny community, which is very caring, attentive and passionate about video gaming as well as the good causes. So thank you, and I wish you all a very, very good night.